Hello and welcome to another stream of The Evil Within, doing Phase 1, Collectibles and Showcase for the game's 10th anniversary. We're up to Chapter 10.
How many have you killed, Reuben?
Reuben? Does he mean Ruvik?
Numbers are irrelevant. They received as they themselves gave, and they served a higher purpose. They furthered my research.
This was not mere research. The things the papers say were done to those people, those traps.
These vermin, these microbes, they're mine to do with as I please. But you are correct. This was not mere research. I'm close to perfection.
This is abhorrent.
This is my will.
Hello Nagasuki, welcome. How's things? Hey Dr. Darling, it is the evil within. Mention basement note. My children have been taken from me. Was it my fate? Was it fate? Was it something he did? Surely not my perfect son. It was that fire. It ruined everything, took everything. The children are not the same, and neither is Ernesto. He said he was taking care of them, that they were safe, but now he says they're gone. How could that be? A mother would know such a thing. I still hear my darling boy's voice, his laughter, and always from the basement. It cannot be. A mother needs her children. That is document 15. Nagatsuki, pretty good. Eating a crepe for breakfast. What about you? How are you? Oh, nice. That's cool. I hope that you're enjoying your crepes that you made. That's excellent. As for me, I'm doing pretty good. Had a good Friday. It still is Friday, for a few more hours at least. Dr. Darling, you find out what happens the next episode of Night Springs. Do doon din doon do doon din din.
My head. Who is that guy next door?
Thank you for the follow, Ons.
Do you have any idea why this world is the way it is?
What? Who are you?
Hate. Hate. Ruvik's hate. The man's consumed by it. He wants out. Wants to get his revenge. He wants back what he feels the world took from him. It's not like he could actually get that. It's not like he could actually get that. This world exists as long as he does.
You heard something just now?
Car accident, 2 dead. Wealthy landowner and wife die in car crash. Nightmare for family. Bodies of Ernesto and Beatriz Victoriano found in wreck. Son inherits family fortune. Hello, Thomas. How's it going? It's coffee time, Thomas? Hell yeah, that's a good time. It's always good time when it's coffee time. Thomas, Schiller told you today Trump would start at Twitch. You can't make him president though, but maybe your prime would make him happy. That reminds me, actually, there's a AI version of Trump that's on Twitch that has constant debates. Originally with an AI version of Biden, but also now a AI version of Kamala. And when people put something in chat, either one of the AI versions of the people can actually respond. Dr. Darling, certainly nothing bad behind those doors. Nothing at all. No. It's just the wind. That's true. It was just the wind. Nothing more. Sounds like a children's playground. You wouldn't know with Ruvik. Thomas, for real, you would love an unlimited AI battle between Bane and Honey. That would be damn funny. Stan Barney.
This is insane.
Of course, he would stand up when I was making him put his gun away. Of course, because you can't crouch and put your gun away, Seb, can you? You have to stand to put your gun away. Thomas, all these deadly instruments of pain look so fun. There's a lot in this game. There definitely is a lot. The main villain was fond of building these traps as well.
Shit, better find cover.
Thanks for clipping that moment, Thomas. Holster the gun, Sam, god damn it. Like, what are you doing? Oh, what? So he's holstering his gun fine while crouched here, but out there before, when I did the same thing, he stood up to do it. Because of course, Seb has to miss the first few shots. And the fat guy wouldn't want to come near this guy when he was on the ground, would he? No, of course not. Fucking hell, Seb. Throw the fucking torch on the fucking ground. Fucking quicker. Jesus Christ, man. Like your fucking life depended on it or some fucking shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, and you. Friggin' slow asshole. Hey there, Sheila. Apart from getting angry, it's going pretty good. How's things going with you? Thomas Schiller is great. Don't put you into prison. It's all good, Thomas. That definitely can't happen in my channel, that's for sure. Schiller, you're good. You just got home from the dentist and getting ready to pick up Babs. Oh, very nice. That's good. I hope that things went well at the dentist. And that'll be cool. So going to pick up Babs and be cool to meet someone that you've been talking to through Twitch or that you met through Twitch. Thomas, you're safe here? Can this be? This is true. I would have to actually create my own command for that if I wanted to. But yeah, you have no fear of that here, Thomas. Battery pack. This large portable storage cell can be used to get electrical equipment working in an emergency. Thomas, freedom and liberty. Absolutely. Sheila Rod, you strongly recommend a channel point redeem to create a command for prison reasons. And then like have a channel point reward so someone can be redeemed to be a warden of it for the stream. Nice one, Thomas. You have no power here. Gandalf Stormcrow. So as per the playthrough, I've been wanting to also showcase areas as I go through. So this will be an opportunity to showcase the top half of this area. Bloody hell. They're freaking explosive. I was hoping that by the time the animation for Sebastian taking that hit would actually end, so I could make him duck. Alright, now after I've wasted that, kill myself, and then do that bit again. Thomas, Annie, are you okay? This is so annoying. I was hoping to punch the dude out in time so that he'd get his head cut off with this, with the thing, but nope. That piece of shit. I fucking hate how they can interrupt your attack. They can interrupt your attack because they grab you. Pieces of fucking shit. Alright, it's time to stop trying to play this safe and just fucking kill these pricks and waste my fucking ammo. trying to save ammo by killing those enemies using the traps, but it's just a waste of fucking time. Well, that's a bit of a rip-off. He had an axe on him. Can't fucking pick up the axe.
Out of ammo?
Hey there, Drake, the friend who you love to hate. It's Rod. How you all been? Been pretty good, thanks. Things have been going well. How about yourself? Hey there, Sona. How's it going? Sona, you just got out of the shower, relaxing and watching some Evil Within. Oh, very nice, Sona. That's cool. Drake, I hate you all unequally since Rod takes most of it. You've been well, just playing some Dead Rising. You're so excited for the new one. Oh, that is good. What part of the game are you up to at the moment? Be interesting to see what other changes they make to that remaster. At the moment, you're just killing time. Oh, yeah. I know what that's like in that game. It's going to be cool with the remaster that they're doing where you can actually fast forward time to when the next mission's going to start. That'll come in handy. Especially when wanting to stream the game. Oh yeah, Nagatsuki, that's no worries. That's understandable. Thank you for leaving the lurk. I hope the work goes well. Drake Joe is not a hard boss to finish off, but it takes you 5 minutes to do it, since her boss music is so good. Oh yeah. Yeah, interesting psychopath she is. It's gonna be interesting to see like the psychopath, the cult leader. The original voice actor was actually the same actor for Al Mualim. Yep, sure was Drake. Yep, the cult leader in Dead Rising. Same actor as Al Mualim. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. How's things? Drake, in that case, he's doing pretty good. 2006 was such a vibe year. Yeah. Assassin's Creed followed in 2007. He went from being the cult leader of a cult to the leader of a group that some might consider a cult. You going good, Mr. Goatee? Nice. That's good. You had food and gym today. You lifted 130 kilograms. Oh, very good. That's great, dude. I hope that you're also enjoying it as well. So on a side note, you're starting to get your fall coat, a lot of loose strands of hair. Ah, are you really? Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Goatee, yeah, you needed heaps of protein today because of all the leg work today. You also did your triceps and legs on the treadmill too, and leg presses, etc. Oh, very good, dude. That's good that you got like things that you're doing as part of a routine in that as well. Drake, we still get to hear Gone Guru, my friend. Very nice. It's such a great song in that game. It's so funny too, the convicts in that who are driving the Jeep. Especially the original version where when they laugh, the guy and the way that his mouth moves when he laughs just looks so funny with the laugh as well. Mr. Gote, 118 kilograms you weigh now, so you dropped 2 kilograms. That is good. That's definitely great, dude. You know. Drake, you're going to do 2 runs of the game when you get it. Oh, very good. Drake, your first run would be using the classic controls. Oh yeah. Just to go if you can get rid of the 18 kilograms in time, you can go skydiving. Oh cool. Oh nice dude, that's cool. Drake, your next would be the new controls. You hope that their survivor AI is much improved. Hopefully so. Yeah, because the survivor AI can be annoying. So the level design reminds you of Silent Hill 2 hospital area. Very good. Yeah, I like elements in this game that are very reminiscent of other survival horror games of the past. Here's the next map fragment. Drake, survivor AI are dumb as rocks. They definitely can be, especially when they get stuck and then they get attacked by a zombie, and then you got to go back and save them. And if they didn't keep up with you, and you went into a different area with a loading screen, then you had to go back. Otherwise, they could also die. You know, it's just so annoying. It was definitely good in Dead Rising 3, where once you actually saved the survivor, if you got away quick enough from where they were, they just teleported back to the safe house. So you couldn't beat Resident Evil 5 Professional solo. The AI computer wasn't good enough to help take out enemies. Oh, yeah, that can be frustrating too when you want to play through on a harder difficulty and they're not really being helpful to you. Drake, you were rescuing eight survivors. When you got to the vent, they can't move aside to enter. You failed the whole case for it. Oh no. Yeah, I've definitely been there too with that game as well. That is so very, very annoying.
What the?
Drake, or the first time you fought and beat Adam the Clown, what did you use? I can't remember actually because I've done so many playthroughs since then, and I always use the Mega Buster. So I can't remember what I used the very first time. Hey there, Lasticon, welcome. How's it going? You can't believe it's been 10 years. You love this game. This is so true. Oh yeah. So many games that I enjoy that are celebrating 10th anniversaries this year. There's so many. But yeah, another one to reach the 10-year milestone. So you gave her your infinite ammo shotgun, but that still wasn't enough to get past the first few levels, even trading it with the infinite magnum. Oh no. Yeah, I tend to give Sheva the sniper rifle, and then I have the magnum with unlimited ammo for both. And then if I really need to use the sniper rifle myself, I just basically have one there too that I can select. Drake, you used kicks and the kickable cubes to drain his life bar. Oh, you did? Oh, interesting. That's an interesting tactic. Hello there, Sadie. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Sadie, you good? Thanks. It's Friday and you have a 3-day weekend coming up. Oh, excellent, Sadie. That's great to hear. I don't blame you for being excited about the 3-day weekend. Like, holy shit. It's always good when that times out like that. Hello, Inmita. How's things going today? Drake, you love how this game paid their respects to Resident Evil 4 with the chainsaw guy. This is true, Drake. Yeah, it's cool the callbacks as well to the original Resident Evil with the turning of the head slowly, referencing the first zombie in Resident Evil that you come across. Shinji Mikami, who was the creative director of Resident Evil 1 and 4, actually was the creative director for this game as well. So that's why there's a lot of elements of this that's similar. Oh, that's great to hear, Anmita. That's excellent, dude. How was the rest of your stream of Ghost of Tsushima? As for me, I'm doing really good, dude. Having a good Friday. Back to more Evil Within. This is chapter 10, which is a pretty long chapter. There's a lot of boss fights too, as well. I'm aiming to do chapter 10 and 11 today. Maybe 12 as well, because 12 is a chapter that doesn't really have a whole lot of like exploration or a whole lot of collectibles to get, but we'll just have to wait and see. This chapter being long enough as it is, it might be even longer if I'm doing my showcasing of the game environments and all that kind of stuff. It went well, you finished the DLC and you now started Jedi Fallen Order. Oh, GG's on that, that's cool. And I hope that you are enjoying Jedi Fallen Order. I can't remember, did you say that you'd played that one before, or is it your first playthrough? So when you were playing this game, you didn't notice the background details, and I've got to say, this game is beautiful. Oh, cool, Sona. Yeah, sometimes you just get so caught up in having to survive in a game like this that there might be things about the environment that kind of, in a general sense, you get the gist of, but actual detail-wise, there might be some things that you didn't really pick up on or notice. Fuck, I forgot. You can't duck and shoot. You can't duck and shoot in this game. Ugh. No, I don't want to restart the chapter. When was the last autosave? Damn it. Just have to kill myself on purpose. There we go. Got it. Let's backtrack here in case there's something that I collected before, but the game didn't remember that I had. Sadie, you need to finish The Evil Within. I might go back to it at some point. Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's one of those games where a lot of the story might be a bit all over the place and a bit confusing. There's some DLC where you play as another character who's also involved, Julie Kidman, and that can help flesh things out even further as well as to what's actually going on. So could definitely recommend the DLC. Although the DLC is very different in how it plays, like there's a lot of like things to do with the stealth side of stuff, and there can be some difficult things, but if you really like the story and you want to sort of like find out more about it, it's good to do the DLCs because you get a lot more backstory about stuff. And Mita, thanks. It's your first full playthrough. You started playing it when you bought it, but you didn't go far with the story. Oh, cool. Well, that's great, and Mita, that you're going to be doing a playthrough of it this time around. I really did like it. I thought it was a good game. So no rip in FBC key. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, ugh. But I don't know where that autosave was, so I'm like, I'll just kill Sebastian on purpose, and hopefully it'll put me very close to where that was. So thankfully it did. Drake, you can't duck and shoot, but you can duck repeatedly at enemy corpses to show dominance. This is true. So with that grenade type, it's not the explosion that usually gets the person, but the shrapnel that goes through the body. Ooh, yeah, well that's the thing too. Like, that's actually an element too. And Mita, this reminds you of Shadow of the Tomb Raider with that final quest you do after the main story. You're talking about those spikes in the ceiling? All those. Oh yeah. Yeah. The good old spike trap. So you got as far as the spider monster and noped out, but you think that was you being too much of a chicken. Oh, well that's definitely understandable because this game can get under the skin quite easily too, as well. But that's still pretty good that you got up to that point. Drake, important announcement, your friends. The Callisto Protocol is free on Epic Games. You repeat, the Callisto Protocol is free on Epic Games. I got that free on PlayStation Plus a long while ago. I was going to slot it into my schedule this year, but it's going to have to wait till next year. But I've got it there. I haven't played Dead Space, so I know it's not like related in terms of story. It's the same people who did Dead Space who did it. Pressed it slightly too early. It's not a thing either where it's an instant stop when you press the button. There's a tiny fraction of a delay as well. Come to think of it, that's the first one of those I've failed in this playthrough as well. Disarming the bomb. I thought I picked up a syringe for health before. Must have already used it. Alright, before I showcase these next areas, just wanted to go through these parts ahead of time and collect stuff. In Meta, you got that yesterday. Fallout 1 and 2 will also be free on Epic next week. Oh, that's good timing in Meta. Drake, you need to ask what the name of the antagonist faction of this game. You never played it. So basically, the general enemies that you face are called Haunted. They're the more human type enemies. Then, of course, you get like the mutated kind of creature things that are called individually something different. But yeah, the human-like, zombie-like enemies, they're basically called Haunted. So, you love Dead Space. You managed to platinum trophy the game on your PS3. Also, the ambience is really good in this game too. Oh, that's cool that you got the platinum trophy for Dead Space. I played a little bit of the first part of Dead Space very, very long time ago, but I just couldn't get into it, so I never got back to it. But that's good that you got the platinum for it. And you're not wrong there, Sona, about this game's ambience. It's one of the reasons why I like this game a lot. Also, the transitions, the transitions at certain points from being in one location to the next, and a lot of the visuals and the choices with like aesthetics and stuff. No worries in Meta. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. So, do you prefer it when games just have the ambience music over the normal music? Gives it extra creeps? Oh, well and truly. Oh, yeah. And sometimes it can be used to really make you feel that an area ahead is going to be really, really full of, a lot of creepy stuff. Sometimes it ends up being true, but other times it's just like a bit of a bait and switch kind of thing where they want you to think so to keep you on your toes. Drake, what about that creepy pale guy and his group? Let's see. So, if you're talking about Ruvik, he's basically not considered a haunted or anything like that. But if you mean just the guys that we fought just now, they're still all called haunted. That's right, Drake. Yeah, just Ruvik. Ru, because his first name is Ruben, and Vic, because his last name is Victoriano. Don't think I've actually shown a good look at what these explosive traps look like with the dynamite. So ambience gives the player the option to think nothing is scarier. This is true, and it's also good too because some players want to take a little bit of a breather, and so they might stop in an area just to take that breather, and then the ambient music can be used to kind of like put them on edge a little bit too, because it's like, is the character actually safe here, or is there going to be something that's going to come out and ruin the day? I'll come back to get that. There's just some other parts of this area I want to showcase now before all hell breaks loose. Eventually these will light up and start moving. Caution, remote-controlled equipment may operate at any time. Keep clear of moving parts. If you don't disarm that trap and you just go straight through, what'll happen is this wonderful contraption here with the spikes. That will swing at you. This, of course, is where we need to insert the battery that is back in the other area. Doing that will activate the next part. But I thought I'd take this opportunity to showcase this area in this state before doing that. because there won't be really much time to be able to do it. Sona, the sepia lighting from the lantern also adds a nice effect. This is true too. Yeah, the lighting effects in this game as well, when you combine the lantern that Sebastian has, but also other light sources in the environment and the kind of like effects that you can get, the glares and the flaring and stuff. Hey there, cool man, welcome. Sorry you're late, you just got home from your dad's MRI appointment. Oh, that's no trouble at all, cool man. I hope it all went well. I hope that it was a good appointment and that things went well. No need to be sorry. Hope you're having a good Friday. Cool man, thanks. How's the game going? What is this about? You never got yourself to play this yet? Oh, it's going good. We're up to chapter 10 of the story, and basically, to put it simply, there's this machine, and all these people are connected to it, and their minds have been combined, and so there's all this weird shit going down, and there's this villain who is basically powering it all, and it's a survival horror game, and we're playing as a detective, Sebastian Castellanos. He and two of his colleagues were also part of this whole thing, and at the moment he's just on his own and trying to survive. There we go. I had actually gotten a health. It's just that the game decided to not keep it equipped in my shortcut button. Drake, there's got to be an evil corporation in this game, right? Evil corporations love this kind of stuff. Sona, thank you so very much for your generosity. Thank you so very much for gifting the 10 gift subs. That's amazing. Thank you so very much for that. That is awesome. Congratulations to everyone who's received a gift sub. Congratulations Nagasuki, rated M for Meowchur, Andrew, Arctic, Ryu, Dandon, K. Aqualdo, Oryx, Thomas, and Durbledore. Congratulations for those gift subs. Thank you so very much, Sona. Thank you so much. Sona, you were given and wanted to give back. That's definitely very generous and kind of you. Hey there, Malchior. Welcome on in. You got called out of your luck with a gift, so thank you so much to Soda for your kindness. Oh yeah, it's so awesome when that happens, you know. Yeah, congratulations on getting the gift sub from Sona. I'm glad that you were here for it. Oh, nice. Cool. Can call you Meow if you like. Awesome. I'm doing well today. Yeah, my Friday's going good, thanks. Meow, yeah, it's going really good. It's always good to get to Friday. Oh, it's one of your favorite games? Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't believe that this is another game celebrating its 10th anniversary. It's just crazy how time just flies past so fast. And this this game, the first time I played it, I liked it, but I found it pretty tough at certain points. But it was one of those situations where I still wanted to play it again and again and again. And it's just such a great example of, you know, survival horror where it's like the environments and the music and the atmosphere of it is just chef's kiss. Also like the style of the graphics and the aesthetic and everything like that too, as well. Oh, thank you, Meow. Yeah. Plus, doing a lot of different games as well, and finished Assassin's Creed Unity recently, playing with the French language. And coming up, I've got the Tomb Raider marathon, so I've been looking forward to jumping back into the Tomb Raider series. It gets very intense rapidly, but the psychological horror within it is so pleasing. It really, really is. Oh yeah, that's probably my favourite kind of horror. As much as I'm a fan of like vampires and zombies and all that kind of stuff, I really do like horror games and movies that really get under your skin, and also ones that mess with your mind and sort of make you wonder what's actually real in the story and what's not. But tomorrow's the day, man. The day you meet Road Rage. Splinter Cell, Conviction, yes. Getting back to the third last level, trying to get through without taking damage. Hopefully I can do that and also finish the rest of the game, because that'd be good to get that done. Meow, yes, trying to decipher it all in your head, or is this actually happening, is enjoyable. It really, really is, you know. And there's little bits and pieces of clues here and there that you might not have picked up on the first time. When you see them on another playthrough, you're like, oh, didn't notice that before. Hey there, Zereth. Why did the dad go to get milk? Because he thought it was the dad, the Dave within. How's it going, Zereth? Welcome. Sona, his rage moments is something. You're not wrong there, Sona. That's for sure. Especially when a game gets under my skin a lot. You hear me how the rage within. That's a good way to put it. It was funny earlier, I wanted Seb to basically put his gun away when he was crouched, and the blade that was spinning around, and of course he decided to stand up and put his gun away. But then later, when I did the same thing in a different area, he didn't stand up and put his gun away, and I was like, of course you would do that. I have, Meow, yeah, I've actually played through it twice. The first time, and then the second time on New Game Plus as well. Zereth, I meant, why did the joke go to get milk? I don't know, Zereth. But it makes me think of Red Dead Redemption 2, that mission where you have to pretend to be the brother of Hosea and basically giving out free beer. And one of the guys drinking beer is like, you know, my wife's gonna kill me. I just went out to get the milk. Meow, oh wow, GG's, that's a huge accomplishment. Thank you so much. Yeah, getting through that first time, it was like, I got up to chapter 6, and I think I got up to like the 500 death mark, and then I decided to actually restart and put different, put skill points into different stuff. And to make it fair, I basically made sure to keep the count going, so I didn't reset the count of deaths after resetting the game to respec. I basically just kept the count going from that point on. But yeah, chapter 6 was definitely the one where I initially had a lot of the deaths that happened. But it was so good on New Game Plus with it though to use the special um, knuckle dusters that you get though, because it was really cool to be able to just one hit enemies with it. You have to grow a metaphorical set of balls to go into that difficulty still. Definitely makes you fully aware of when checkpoints are being made. It's like, yes, I've got to the next checkpoint. Now for the next part. No, Rod rages. Absolutely does happen, Zereth. You're not wrong there. Drake, you're at the wiki and look at this script called Mobius from The Evil Within. This is true, Drake, yep. You don't really find out much about them until you do the DLC as Julie Kidman, though.
What is this place?
Alright, here's the next map fragment. Drake, do you know that they have a catchphrase? Who has a catchphrase? Meow, you love how brave you are to just sit in the middle of a room in this game to answer chat. Only when knowing that it's a safe spot, that Sebastian's not going to get, grabbed by an enemy and one hit killed and stuff. So the beer joke you like is Thor handing Spider-Man a beer, complimenting how good he did during the last mission. Iron Man tries to tell Thor that Spider-Man is 16, to which Thor responds, "You're a growing boy, have another drink." It's like, have more alcohol. Thor was looking out for him. That's true, yeah. I mean, it definitely sounds like something Thor would do. Drake, the evil corporation Mobius, they have a catchphrase. And what is this catchphrase, Drake? It's Mobin time. Of course. A play on the Morbius trailer. Oh my fucking god, this is a fucking bloody disaster. Well, it's not gonna fucking do jack shit, Rod. Bloody fucking hell. I was not expecting that move. I was not expecting that move. I've never, ever, 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 ever even seen in other people's playthroughs that move being done by that enemy. Oh, of course the friggin' haunted enemy didn't get affected by the friggin' blast radius of the ice. Of course not. Until he did. Alright, so it's good that I dealt with them after all, because now I can showcase that area a little bit. Meow, whenever that beep 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 sound goes off, your heart is doing the same noise. It's so scary because you think it's going to go off. That's so true. Especially if you're not even aware that there's an explosive that is set up there as well. This comes out of nowhere seemingly. So you can't stand quick time events. Yeah, especially when it takes a while for the action to actually finish what's needed to be done, you know, like opening something up as well. Drake, that thing was like, get over here. Absolutely, Drake. That's true, Meow. Yeah, he did the scorpion. Hey there, Lynchbob. How's it going? Welcome. Drake Scorpion teardrops while smiling. He's like, after my own heart. Yeah, these freaks live through it all like cockroaches. They definitely do. They're friggin' assholes. Thank you for the GGs, Meow. So anything with more than 4 legs gives you the creeps. Especially if it's crawling on you. Then it's like, what? Let's probably decided to take a break playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom after finding Link's iconic champion armor and went to a great fairy to upgrade it and saved until next time you play. So you can get back to doing side quests and shrines. All very good. That's great. It's always good to take a little bit of a break, and then you can come back to it fresh as well. But that's cool that you got his iconic champion armor as well. Meow, if something has more than 4 legs, it's time to go. It's like, just leave it there and just go. Don't deal with it. Thank you, Lynch Mob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Yeah, meow. All the body bags that are just like, moving and stuff. Like just imagine seeing that in real life. Like that'd be like, nope, out of here. Yeah, so got past that section, meow. And then we have the Laura section. So according to the guide, in order to get the next key, we need to actually defeat Laura to access the key as well. So I'll just reread that once I get to it. So let's sort out the Arnie movie scene impression. Okay, so I've got one. The house looked European. Like maybe if you get a postcard from Italy or something? Like that one. In fact, just like that one. The bad guys are in there. You know something? I think you should be wearing this. I don't think I've earned it yet. You don't understand. You just stole the entire case. You just revolutionized the entire history of police training. I mean, all these years at the academy, studying human character, psyche of the terrorists, fingerprint analysis, all the courses that I've taken in surveillance, hostage negotiation, and criminal psychology, when all I have to do is drive around the neighborhood, point my finger at a house and say, the bad guys are in the air. You think you're funny, don't you? I know I am. I'm the famous comedian, Arnold Braunschweiger. Schwarzenegger. Gesundheit. That's from the movie Last Action Hero. Thanks for redeeming that, Lynch Mob. Just to give context for that scene, there's a kid who gets a magical golden ticket and it teleports him into an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and he saw the scene before getting sucked into the movie of where the villains actually lived. So when he's sucked inside the movie, he tells the character played by Arnold Schwarzenegger that the bad guys are in there, and so Arnie's character Jack Slater is kind of like, he tries to give him his police badge because he's solved the entire case. So that's the context of that scene from that movie. Drake, well, you have to get ready for the gym. Have fun on your playthrough. You need to get jacked. Peace. No problemo, Drake. Absolutely no worries at all. Thank you for being here and for stopping in and chatting for a bit, Drake. Hope you have a really good gym session as well. Yeah, this game is a good cardio workout. Oh, you're not wrong there. Except in Seb's case, though, when he loses all his stamina, it's so funny how he just literally stops and you can't move him anymore. And then you have to wait for the stamina to refill a little bit. But the funny thing was, I didn't realize until this playthrough when I actually read the hint that came up on the screen that when that happens, if you mash a button, it'll actually allow Sebastian to start moving even earlier than the stamina bar has to get to in order for him to move. So finding that out actually makes it a little bit better, but still, at the same time, when it happens straight away and he just stops there, especially when there's 5 enemies attached and coming after you. It can still be annoying. Oh, thank you, Meow. Yeah, it's fun to do his impression as well, especially getting to learn certain words that he says and how he says them and stuff. Okay, so for this next key, the guide says that we must defeat Laura. Towards the end of the chapter, she'll show up and follow you through various areas where you'll be shooting valves and pulling levers to create exits for yourself, while at the same time shooting more valves and setting corpses on fire at precisely the right moment to set her alight. In the very last room, you will enter by dropping through a hole in the ceiling. You can burn her twice using the valves in here. The escape route lies through a wall of flame that you can turn off by pulling a lever to the right. Don't touch it. If you intend to make your stand here and face Laura, you want to avoid running down the corridor to the lift, as it will trigger a cutscene and take you out of the area, making all of your hard work count for nothing. Pulling on the lever will also redirect the flame into the room, significantly reducing the space you've got to play with by cutting off a small area. You'll essentially be running from one end of the room to the other, trying to fire off a few rounds at Laura before she rushes you. So if you value your sanity, leave it be, and P.S. this might take you a few attempts. Once she's dead, yank on the lever and strut down the short corridor, follow it to the right of the lift to find some loot and a figurine. Alright, so I just need to remember before getting to that point that it's in the very last room when you drop through a hole in the ceiling. Now that improves the pain some, but Sebastian hates to run. He really does. He's like, do I really need to run? I know there's enemies right behind me that are starting to shoot at me and try to kill me, but I don't need to run, surely. You just walk. Wench Mob, no, you don't understand. You loved Last Action Hero. You still remember watching it with your grandparents when they first let you watch it when you were young? Oh, very cool, Lench Mob. Because I think it's probably one of his underrated movies because it's full of great action, and I like the comedy in it. But in a lot of ways too, it's a bit of a parody of not only the movies that he had done, but also himself, and poking fun of him at himself as well, and also putting in a little bit of, making fun of Sylvester Stallone, to add more to their rivalry and all that kind of stuff. These sorts of like jokes that happened, and mix a little bit of fantasy in it with the magical ticket and all that kind of stuff. But it had a troubled production. But it's funny, because it's one of those things where how it ended up, if they hadn't have had some of those issues, it probably would have turned out to be very different, and maybe that wouldn't have been as good of a movie. So I feel like it ended up being, such a really good one. Well, thank you, Sona. I appreciate that. Yeah, it can be difficult sometimes. Some words are harder than others to get right, or to get similar, and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, Meow. Yeah. Run, let's just take in the scenery instead. Exactly. Just have a good look around. So, The Last Action Hero is one of the first movies you watched in theaters. That would have been cool to see it on the big screen, because I didn't actually see it until I got it on VHS. I think I probably was about maybe 12 years old at the time, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, so I'd seen a lot of his movies, but I hadn't seen that one up until that point. So, of course, I had to, get it. I mean, I didn't get it myself. My parents got it, but I had to get the movie because I was like, oh, haven't seen that. This is an Arnie movie I haven't seen yet. And, yeah, it was just so funny. And the cameo by Danny DeVito is funny, too, because it's an animated cameo. He actually appears as an animated cat. And it's so funny when the main character, Danny, the kid, points this out, and Arnie's character in the movie that the kid has been sucked into just, is kind of like, what do you mean, acting like it's just the most normal thing in the world to have an animated cat, just running around and being actually like, a police detective and stuff. So it's such an underrated film. It really, really is, It's got a really good mixture of that comedy and action, and it's funny that scene too where Danny has fallen asleep in his class. Oh no, he hasn't fallen asleep, he's just daydreaming. And they're watching Hamlet, and in his mind he concocts a version of Hamlet, but it's actually Arnie instead. Your Claudius, you killed my father. Big mistake. And it's like, the king's like, stay thy hand, my fair prince. And he's like, who said that was fair? Just things like that, are very, very funny. Lynch Mob, your grandparents told you when they first saw the Rocky movies in theaters, 1 to 3, that everyone in the theater kept cheering for Rocky like they were, and it was very loud. I can imagine it would be, and a character like that the audience really gets behind as well, makes them really sort of like, connect with the character and what they're going through, and when they triumph, it's a great feeling too if the character's been done the right way, where people with that connection can feel that way too. But yeah, imagine like seeing those movies for the first time in the theaters. That would have been just an amazing experience. So when your sister was in the Navy, she went to watch a Harry Potter film. When Dobby was freed, her friend was so happy that she clapped, and the next thing, the whole room was clapping as well. Oh, cool. That's interesting that happened, where it was just not one person doing it, but everyone else caught on and started doing that too. That is so sweet, Meow. It really is. When things like that happen. Hey there, Code. You got your snack pack today. Chips with dill and chive. That sounds like you've got a good combination of things there going on. Definitely a good snack pack. How's things going, Code? Yeah, Meow, it's like that, huh? It's like, you got some to share, Code? Sony prefer salt and vinegar chips. They're pretty good too. I don't have them often, but I do like that flavor also. Meow, what are your favorite chips, Rod? Let me see. So, I really like chicken flavor. That's really nice. But if not, I also like the barbecue flavor chips as well. They can be pretty nice. But also sour cream and onion Pringles as well. Hey, Lucinda, good morning. How is Evil Within coming along? Is Laura playing nicely today? Well, that's going to be the thing because I need to actually defeat Laura to get the key that I need to get. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how many attempts it's going to take and all that. But the game's going well so far. How's things going with you today?
Everything I have, everything I am, has been taken from me since the accident by those who seek to consume me. They are in the darkness, with only the phantoms of my mind to comfort me, to taunt me. I nearly lost myself completely. But then I saw her. Deep down I know she was only an apparition. But I would regain my face. Recover what was taken from me. Restore her, my beloved sister, Laura.
Meow. Ooh, your choices are amazing. Barbecue and sour cream and onion are top tier. They really, really are. Oh yeah, they're so delicious. And there's also like some cheese flavored ones that I like as well. Lucinda, oh, you're actually going to kill her? Right, there is a collectible behind a place you can only get to if you kill her. There's also an achievement for it. That's true, yeah. So to get the key, you need to make sure that she's actually gotten killed. Otherwise, if you trigger the cutscene, well, you know, have to reload an autosave or restart the chapter. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, February 27, 2012. I've watched friends and colleagues die before, part of the job that I've taken, and it's never easy, but nothing can compare to losing your own child. I'd die a million times over to prevent it, but I can't. I felt so helpless when they lowered that tiny coffin into the ground. The pain is unbearable. I know I shouldn't, but drinking is the only thing that's let me sleep for the last few weeks. I'm worried about Myra. This has been extremely hard on her, and her way of handling it has been unnerving. She wants to be alone, has taken to staying up all night, says she's doing work to keep her mind off of the tragedy, but she seems to be closing herself off to the world. I know what tends to happen when couples lose a child, and I hope that we're strong enough to avoid it. But the main thing to remember is that my alcohol drinking, it never affected my work. I wish that Joseph would stop reminding me about it every damn time I see him. It never affected my work.
Have you forgotten something?
Yes, Tatiana, I've forgotten the password to my bank account that has zillions of dollars in it. Can you help me with that? Home destroyed by fire. Daughter of police officer among victims. The bodies of Lily Castellanos, 5, and babysitter Joanita Flores, 56, were found in the charred home. Both of the child's parents are police officers with the Crimson City Police Department and were on duty at the time of the fire. Police are investigating as a possible arson. Meow, you do as well. The Keeper and Laura have you sprinting. It's like, just stay there, Laura, and just be over there and chung, run off. Welcome back, Anmita. Welcome back. Listen to you're like, wait a minute. You're like, they never said that. You happen to be looking off screen while you're reading that, and your brain went, oh, what? I was actually going to say it when it mentioned in that journal entry about his drinking, but I thought, no, I'll just wait until I've read the full thing, and then I'll add that on the end. Meow Zillions? Is that the new billionaire? Oh, yeah. Just imagine that there's a bank account that you never knew existed, but it's yours, and you just can't remember the password to it, or whatever. But like that'd be so annoying. You'd be like, damn it, and they're like, I'm sorry, but we can't let you access it because you can't remember the password that was put in place for it. Missing: Patrick Higgins, lawyer for the Victoriano family, last seen meeting with a man believed to be a client. Hate, hate, Ruvik's hate. It's not like he could actually get that. Gorman Lowell, guess what happened? Twitch, for some reason, sent you to another stream a minute ago. Really? Twitch was like, you have watched this particular stream enough. You need to go to this one now. I've never actually had that happen before. That's weird. So, Roger's secretly a billionaire in Australia, streaming to interact with common folk, just to have a regular conversation. That's one of the that's one of the theories. The other theory is that I'm actually Arnold Schwarzenegger that streams and just pretends to be an Australian. Yeah, you're rich, but the lack of password means you're back to the dollar menu at McDonald's. It's like used to be able to buy the whole menu without batting an eye, but now cannot. Hey, Godfather Al. Callisto Protocol is currently free on Epic Games, normally $90 Australian. Yeah, when it was for free on PlayStation for a month, I ended up actually not downloading it. I still haven't downloaded it, but I've got it. Got access to it. Yeah, Roddy, you're not telling us something. Are you really Australian Bruce Wayne? Oh, I wish. I wish I had that amount of that amount of money. Got the personal document, the newspaper, the missing persons poster. Map fragment. Alright, so let's go and have a look at skills. I've been saving some green gel points for when I get the Magnum. But I'll see if there's anything I want to spend some of it on. Listen, do you want to know something funny? You'll finally be working and will be able to afford fast food again. And you looked, and the tiny Hodunk town you'll be working in has no good food options except for a super expensive barbecue place. Oh no. What are the odds of that? Like, that is just... ouch. Listen, it means you'll actually have to bring your lunch and do meal planning. Oh, just something else to add on top of having to, actually get to work and all that. Meow, it's just a tease while you do this life. Exactly. It's like, come on. Hey there, Spectrum. Things are going well. How about yourself? Fairly well, Spectrum. Oh, that is good. How's things been going? How's your garden and things? Yeah, meow. There's our favorite spider lady, Laura, just chilling and getting that exercise in, climbing around until some detective with a name starting with S, Sebastian, decides to interrupt. Sony, you love this boss design. 12 out of 10 would recommend. Yeah, it's very creepy as well. One of the things I've been doing in this playthrough is after a chapter is finished, when an enemy or a character is first introduced, after the chapter's finished, I just go into the model viewer and then read their bio and then, give a little of the showcase of what they look like. Spectrum, the garden is slow going. You're harvesting your lettuce and waiting on everything else. You're still working on your quail aviary. Your incubator is on order. Well, that is good that you got that sorted and that you've got that being worked on as well. It's always good to be able to know that you're getting something, really good out of things that are, in your own or being grown on your own as well. Spectrum, is that a human crawling around? Oh no, it's loose. This is true, Spectrum. Yep. It's a creature that is a kind of like tortured, mutated version of a character named Laura who died after being caught in a blaze in a farm, and her brother ultimately ended up surviving, whereas she ultimately died due to her injuries. And so in this game, the machine that the characters are connected to, which allows their minds to be linked, she's basically a representation of the pain and suffering and also the rage that she herself would have, and also Ruvik, her brother, as well, at losing her and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, so she's loose again. One of those enemy types that you see a few times and deal with a few times in the game. Yeah, well, we're out like a trout. See ya, Laura. Goodbye. Have a good time. So it's the long black hair covering the face that creeps you out more than her form. Oh yeah. It's very reminiscent of a lot of things like the Ring movies and stuff. That's right, Meow, yeah. Yeah, like Samara from the Ring. And then you got Sadako in the original version. We made it without even a scratch. Yeah, I wasn't sure there because it's pretty tricky because I thought one of the Haunted would grab me when I picked up the gel and therefore allowing Laura to kill me, but that didn't work like that, thankfully. So, and you watched that film in theaters while you were in high school and that movie scared you good? Oh, cool. I mean, you know, it probably wasn't cool for you at the time, but in terms of like the movie being effective in that way. Hey there, Oz Jim. You can't play these types of games. Your heart can't take it. That's totally understandable as well. You know, when there's things that can literally affect you physically, like, and have, you know, major negative effects. It's definitely understandable not to be able to play those types of things as well, Jim. Welcome on in. I hope your day's going pretty good. Yeah, you remember seeing The Ring when you were a kid and you had a nightmare for what seemed like years. And then when you're sort of like watching television, it's like, is something going to come out of the TV? Spectrum, your mum and you saw Alien when it first came out. You remember your arms were sore from gripping the seats. Last night, hubby and you were watching it and you fell asleep. Now imagine yourself back then knowing that all that time later you would be watching the movie again but actually fall asleep. That would have been so cool to see that movie when it was new, when it had first come out. You know, that black and white screen on TVs has scarred you for life, and then it's like hoping that when you're asleep, it's not going to be turning on by itself, and then you're like, oh no. Spectrum, Aliens is your favorite one in the series. Oh, cool. That is such a great sequel as well. It's crazy to think how much time in the movie passes from the first movie's events. Like 57 years worth of time has passed. And because Ripley has been in stasis that whole time, of course, she doesn't age from what she was in the events of the first movie and stuff. But imagine that, like going essentially into sleep for 57 years. Imagine all the things that have changed in that time and how weird it would feel having to adjust to that. Or Jim, you still don't swim in the ocean after seeing Jaws at the drive-in. I don't blame you either, and that was definitely something I heard had happened a lot with people when they saw that too. So the movie that scared you like that was watching the Blair Witch Project. Oh, nice. It's interesting, that movie, because I don't think it's like a masterpiece or anything, but I do actually like the atmosphere of it and also just the creepiness. And it's interesting that the actors, when they filmed it, not all of the actors were told what the other actors were going to be doing at certain points. So in the part of the movie where they lose the map, the actor who lost the map was the only one who knew that that was going to happen. So the reaction from the other actors at finding out that the map was lost is really genuine. Like, imagine how messed up that would make you. So in Jaws, the actor who got pulled away from the shark had her hip dislocated from the force, so that was actual pain she was feeling. Ooh. Like, yeah. Like that kind of stuff that, you know, happens and then becomes immortalized in film then from that point as well. It really does, meow. It definitely sounds brutal for sure. Like, gives chills. Dr. Darling, nothing beats the first movie for you. It is such a great movie as well, Alien. And to think that the concept could have just been a very generic kind of thing. This is true, meow. Oh yeah, the fire does take too long to turn off. Thank you, Anmita, for redeeming the random horror movie quote. I'll just grab that now, because coming up we've got Laura, and it's going to be a while before I catch up with chat. Because this part's intense, but also I need to kill Laura, and I need to be mindful of making sure I don't go too far and then not be able to pick up that key. Okay, so I've got a horror movie quote. Okay, here's your motivation. You're lost, you're angry in the woods, and no one is here to help you. There's a fucking witch, and she keeps leaving shit outside your door. There's no one here to help you. She left little trinkets. You fucking took one of them. She ran after us. There's no one here to help you. We walked for 15 hours today. We ended up in the same place. There's no one here to help you. That's your motivation. That's your motivation. Speaking of Blair Witch before, that's from the first movie. Thank you for redeeming that as a sorry, thanks for redeeming that in Meta. I was going to say as an impression. I'm like, what impression are you doing, Rod? Thank you for redeeming that in Meta. I was Jim, a group of mates, and you tried watching Nightmare on Elm Street, but when Freddy appeared, you went nope and switched to the cricket. Freddy was like, "This is God," with his glove, and you're like, "Nope, cricket time." Hey Tina, watch this. And he proceeds to cut off his fingers. Spectrum Blair Witch was filmed only a few miles from you. Oh, was it? That's cool. So are there any sort of like signage or anything like that that sort of like has something where it says, this is the location where this was, this was where this movie was filmed? Now, speaking of Blair Witch, is that game any good? I've played it a couple of times. I don't think it's a very good Blair Witch game. Like, it feels like they could have just made it its own thing and not actually make it part of the Blair Witch universe or franchise. Because there's also a video game mechanic, there's also a game mechanic in that which doesn't seem very Blair Witch-like either as well. But it's an okay first-person horror game. I wouldn't say it's on the level of something like even like the first Outlast, or definitely not Alien Isolation and stuff. But it's by the same people, Bloober Team, who have done the Layer of Fear games, and they're currently doing the remake of Silent Hill 2. It was one of their games that they did. But yeah, I felt like it was it was an okay horror game, but as a Blair Witch thing, it was sort of like, yeah, it could have just been anything. Could have been its own sort of thing. Spectrum, you don't know any of the signage. Oh, that's fair enough, Spectrum. Yeah, yeah, that's unfortunate. He was wanting to try it out, but good to know. Yeah, I mean, if you find it for cheap, then definitely, it's worth even just giving it a shot. But yeah, definitely don't go in expecting a really good Blair Witch game out of it. So it adds some lore to the series, but it's a B minus at best. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good sort of way to put it, Sona. Yeah, maybe it's a decent on sale then. Appreciate the info though, thank you. Oh, that's no trouble at all. Yeah. I do want to do a playthrough of it again in the future, to get a certain outcome that I didn't get the first time. But it's been a while since I played it though. It was probably 2 years, I think. Maybe even 3 by this point. So this next part, Laura's going to show up, and I need to make sure that when I get to the final area with Laura, that I don't go too far and initiate the cutscene, because I need to kill Laura in gameplay, and that will allow me to actually access the area where this key is as well. Yeah, you have to watch it if you stream it. Yeah, I don't have any concrete plans for when, but in the future at some point. Oh, is Jim, isn't Blair Witch based on a real urban legend? I don't really know, because the only reason being a lot of the stuff was made up for the movie, but it was made out to be like it was real. So I don't know if there was any actual, like, real basis for it that then the filmmakers decided to use, or whether it's just a complete fabrication from start to finish and wasn't inspired by anything. But yeah, I'd have to look that up for that. You fucking bitch. Damn it, got the timing fucking wrong on that. Now it's telling me about avoiding bombs. That's so funny. In this game, unless you've actually had something happen for the first time, you could literally get to the end of the game and then have this happen where you finally trigger something that you haven't before. Avoiding bombs. R1 sneak. Bombs can be snuck past without detonating them. Really, game? I never knew that until you just told me now. I'll use this opportunity to catch up on chat. So now you're terrified of spiders, but you love her design. Yeah, it's very interesting too, like when you look at the model viewer and able to have a look at in detail about that stuff. Spectrum, the Blair Witch myth, as it's understood in the film, is not real. The Blair Witch Project hinged heavily on improvisation from the actors who were, by the end of the shoot, pretty weathered by their surroundings. The performances which were unearthed by the internet, by the intentional distance from the directors, yielded genuine reactions, an experience that was in many ways authentic to the actors involved. Yeah. The other thing about that too was that internet being used by the public was still very early. So they were able to create websites and believable articles with, pictures to make you think that what you were reading about was an actual real thing that happened. And they tried to keep that sort of like feel about it up until, of course, you see the movie and that kind of stuff. But it's one of those things where I feel like no movie since then that is supposed to make you think it's actually based on a real footage has ever been able to sucker in as much people as that movie had. That's probably the last movie that I feel has done that. Like even Paranormal Activity, which a lot of people enjoyed, I thought it was sort of like not that special. It was just, you know, like in the advertising they made you think that people thought it was real, but it was like no, it's already been done. It's like trying to make someone get excited about a movie that is in color. Like it's like yeah, we've watched movies that are in color for a while now. There's nothing that special, because it's already been done. So I felt like the Blair Witch Project, the movies that have come out since then that have been found footage, haven't been able to make as many people think it was actually based on real footage or they were really seeing what someone had filmed as much as had happened with the Blair Witch Project. Meow, you hate when you're cornered in with her just a small space. Absolutely, it's really annoying. Oh, Jim duped ya. She really did. That's for sure. Just Laura things, Lucinda, exactly. Yeah, these shenanigans that Laura likes to get up to. Sony used to be an EMT, and her screams of pain sound so real. You had to pause the game and take a moment to get out of rescue mode. That would have been really, really rough to experience when you're not really expecting it too, playing it for the first time as well. Spectrum, it's unnerving when movies cause your heart to start racing. Sometimes just the little things too. Well, that's it. It's not always just the big, quote unquote, loud stuff that happens. It's also the smaller things sometimes. Sony, you're fine with it now. Thank you for your concerns. It's definitely good that you are fine with it now as well, but understandable to have had that reaction because you've got real lived experience that you're remembering. Spectrum, you had to stop watching CSI. Oh yeah, yeah. I watched some of that show, but not a lot of it though, and mainly just the original series. Listen to that jank evil within aim. You're aiming right on that thing. I really was, and it had to happen just then too, as well. It's like, of course. So to tell enough people a lie and it becomes the truth. That's true, and it can be easy sometimes for people to forget to even just double guess things. I had a feeling that would happen. Thank you, game. I was even holding down the sprint and control stick before before pressing the button, just in case I could get out of there, but nope. Alright. Now I can also showcase this area without having to run around like a chicken with its head cut off. And then end up being literally like one with its head cut off. Meow, paranormal activity is real, Rod. How dare you ruin your immersion? The ghost that we saw in that was actually real. 100%. Yeah, that was a good try that other time. So, you like that this game uses different loading screens as well. It really is a cool idea. And also, too, having the thing where, like, for example, Laura will appear at the window in the loading screen, you know. Doing things like that is really cool, too. Oh, Jim, how much fire has to kill her? Jeez. A lot, Jim. Oh, yeah. For this boss fight. A lot. And the chapter's not over yet, though. There's also another boss fight that we have to do as well. This is a pretty long chapter, normally, let alone me also stopping and showing the environments and stuff. Listen, it's sort of like how this game also has melee attacks, but they are completely ineffective unless you upgrade them. That's true, you know, and that's the final thing that I upgraded when I was getting all the upgrades, was just the melee stuff, because it's just pointless otherwise. So when people do scream like that in pain when set on fire, ooh. Listen, you wish they would have kept the same voice actor for Laura in the second game. Yeah. It's interesting that they changed that too. And for Tatiana, yeah. Yeah, and Sebastian's actor changed as well, right? I think you remember him sounding different. That's true. Yeah, there was an actors' strike that was going on at the time. And so Anson Mount, who plays Sebastian, and Jennifer Carpenter, who plays Julie Kidman, they were part of the strike, so they weren't able to do any acting and stuff. So that's why they had to recast the role for the second game. Thank you, Lucinda, for the GGs. Thank you so very much. Thanks for the well done and the GGs as well, Meow. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sona, it was really good, finally, to get her killed. Like, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to kill Laura in this way. If you do what needs to be done, and then you reach the final cutscene related to Laura, she'll, you know, get killed in that too, as well. But yeah. Although I think if you kill her now, that cutscene still plays, of course, but for all intents and purposes, she's, you know, gameplay-wise, she's dead now. Just not story-wise yet. Spectrum, speaking of chicken with its head cut off, you've been watching videos on how to dispatch quail because you'll soon be raising them for eggs and meat. One quick snip of heavy shears. Hope you can do it. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other side of things too as well. Like, having to know all the ins and outs and stuff. Ah, one of those, bots actually got through, finally. AutoMod has a, thing in beta at the moment where it had been blocking those and not letting them post, but I knew it wouldn't last forever though. So there's something about his voice where you don't expect a charismatic actor. Yeah, sometimes too, like who they get doesn't necessarily match who you thought they would have. Oh yeah, we've got another one. The way I see these bots, though, it's too random and the timing is always too good to not be someone who's actually literally watching multiple streams at once and triggering them manually. Meow, yeah, you see, you didn't realize it was strike related. Yeah, you know, it's a shame because I really do like their performances as the characters. Sona, don't forget your key. I definitely won't, Sona, no. Time for your first espresso, Spectrum? Nice, excellent. Yeah, I still need to showcase the area first before finishing up. It's good that I can actually take in this scenery now without worrying about getting killed.
Who do you think you are? I know who you are. Seb. I know what you crave, what you fear. Will you be able to live with yourself knowing what I'm gonna make you do? Poor little Joseph couldn't. Too bad they dragged you into this. But either way, you're mine. To do with as I please.
Alright, so that was interesting. I have killed Laura once before, but a long time ago, so I didn't realize that if you kill her before you initiate that cutscene with the lift, then it'll just be Ruvik appearing like he normally does. But if you haven't killed Laura before getting to that cutscene, there's actually more to that cutscene where she basically gets decapitated when the elevator starts to move, and then Ruvik shows up and says what he says to Seb. So that's interesting that they have that. But I'm not gonna redo that just to show the full cutscene. But I will be doing another playthrough of this to celebrate its 10th anniversary, so I'll use that as an opportunity just to show. Meow, you could use an espresso or three yourself. Oh, this gym looks like 18th century London buildings. Yeah, the architecture and everything in the furnace and stuff like that. Spectrum usually have two doubles. Very nice. So no, brick is typically red, but your great-grandfather chose white for his house's base, and you loved it. Oh, that's cool, though. That's good to go against the grain a little bit and choose a color that isn't typically chosen. Well, for me, Meow, I don't really like iced coffee too much. Um, I prefer like hot coffee and stuff. However, I don't mind cold coffee flavored milk though. I will drink that. But yeah, as for iced coffee, I don't drink that myself. So there's no more keys in this chapter, but there is still some things to collect like map fragment and newspaper and missing person poster. Wow.
Shit, back here again.
Wow. What a mansion. We don't know where Barry is. So I've already showcased what this area looks like, but just to give another quick showing of it. There we go. There's map fragment 20.
Doc, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Trying to save us.
Really? Because it looks like you're making another monster to me.
I don't have time for this, Detective.
Neither do I.
Leslie has been here before, and made it back. He survived being linked to Ruvik. The only patient ever, as far as I know.
Wonderful. What does that have to do with any of this?
He's our way out, Detective. Our only way back.
That sound!
No, it's working. Oh, thank God it's working.
Leslie, are you all right?
It should have. Why didn't it? That's it. That's why.
Doctor, run!
He wants the same thing as us. He wants out.
Jim, when you were a jockey, one house you rented was built in 1815. Oh, wow. So was a lot of the architecture still the original, or had some of it also been updated a bit as well over the time? Yeah, meow, pure Leslie having to go through all that. Like, it isn't bad enough what he would be experiencing, mentally, but also physically on top of that as well. Listen, you were petting Bieber in your lap, and she turned her head real quick when that alarm went off. Bieber's like, "What? What's that? What is this? What's going on? Who's doing it? What's this?" Indeed, Lucinda, Rip Jimenez. It always amuses me when he's like he wants out. The way he looks at him is just like you could have at least tried to dive out of the way or something. I don't know, but still, yeah. The way he just looks up and he's like he wants out, and then he gets killed. So no, grapefruit, lemons, pomegranate, and tomatoes are the ones that you love. Oh, cool. I'm not really big on lemons as in the fruit on its own. Like I don't mind lemon over fish, like lemon juice on fish and stuff like that. But I'm not really a fan of having just like lemon on its own. Spectrum, you'll take oranges, limes, and grapes. Oh, and watermelon. Red grapefruit is good. Watermelon is delicious. I love that stuff. So, a watermelon with a bit of salt, delicious. Never tried it with salt actually. Ozjim, no, all original. It was heritage listed. That is really cool that it was all intact still as well, because that's a long time, and to think about all the things that could have happened up until that point that didn't, that could have, ruined things and stuff. Hello there, Shaky. How's things going today? Cool, man. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you so much. Okay, so I've got one. You said dissolve. It's all bullshit. All of it. The cabinet minister. The whole business. Got us in here to do your dirty work. Look, we just stopped a major invasion. In 3 days they'd been across the border with this stuff. Why us? Because nobody else could have pulled it off. You're pissed about the cover story. I knew I couldn't get you in here without it. So what story? Did you hand the Hopper? Look, we've been looking for this place for months. My men were in that chopper when it got hit. Hopper's orders were to go in and get my men, and he disappeared. He didn't disappear. He was skinned alive. And my orders were to get somebody who could crack these bastards. So, you cooked up a story and dropped the six of us in a meat grinder. What happened to you, Dylan? You used to be somebody I could trust. I woke up. Why don't you? You're an asset. An expendable asset, and I used you to get the job done, got it? My men are not expendable, and I don't do this kind of work. That is from the very first Predator movie. Thank you for redeeming that, cool man. Hey there, Wolfle, welcome on in. You once ate a whole lemon, it was nice. Oh, that's good that you enjoyed it. Yeah, I just never could. But yeah, lemon juice on fish, I don't mind that. Lemon, like, flavor.
That's where he'll be, waiting for him. If somebody doesn't get there first, there'll be no way out for anyone.
If someone doesn't get to him first. The way that this guy has performed is so funny. Well, actually, the lemon juice that you get at the shops isn't that sour. It's kind of disappointing because you don't get the good flavor. You find that you can drink it straight from the bottle. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, because I haven't really had lemon juice from like a bottle of lemon juice. It's usually just been from a lemon itself. Oh, well, thank you, Sona and Meow. Yeah, it's also fun to do as well. Hey, Sadie, thank you so very much for the lurking that you did. Welcome back from your lurk. How's Evil Within treating me? It's going pretty well. I'm still on the same chapter that I was up to when you were here before, and we got one boss fight done, but we haven't had second boss fight yet, but we'll get there for sure. This is a pretty long chapter on its own, but because I'm also taking time to observe the environment and showcase the textures and the sort of like what they've done with this scenery and all that kind of stuff, it does add an extra time on top as well.
You have an odor of blood about you.
Irregularities at hospital. Investigation uncovers irregularities at mental hospital. Situation more complex than thought. Internal audit at Beacon Mental Hospital suggests patients missing. Chief of Staff Marcelo Jimenez cites clerical errors. Missing Dr. Marcelo Jimenez, Chief of Staff at Beacon Mental Hospital, last seen in his office where he made a number of telephone calls. Okay, so that is all of the collectibles in Chapter 10 sorted out. Alright, so what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So according to this, I've got 8 map fragments left to get. kill me. So I can redo that. Well, for the visuals and graphics in this game are so cool. They really are. I like the rough around the edges look, as well as the grittiness. That's all good, Lucinda. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. I hope that it all goes well. Alright, so going to showcase this area now that I don't have to worry about the boss interfering. I'll go back over this way and start from this way. But before I do that though, I'll catch up on chat. Dr. Darling, you don't remember who had problems with his boss. Either you, Crooked, or Lucinda last year or 2 years ago. Could have been all of us. Especially when it does that one-hit kill move on you where it basically grabs you and then you're done with. Yeah, this boss gives us all a headache out here. It really can. Absolutely. I didn't want to waste any of my sniper rifle ammo. That's why when I missed a shot, I decided to just get killed on purpose so I could try again. Shaky, have you tried just letting the evil out? The evil without. If you're evil, they're evil. Let them in. Yeah, that's something that they should have just decided to do, Shaky. They should have just clicked their fingers and been like, right, the evil's not within anymore. The evil is without. That could be like a spin-off. So now this boss design creeps you out more than the lady. Really? Well, I mean, it's a bigger monstrosity, and yeah, I wouldn't blame you for feeling that way. Yeah, exactly, meow. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, it's good that it didn't take as long really to get through it because I've had moments where it's taken me a while and a few attempts after I've dealt with its eye to kill it. Shaky, time to get your weekly free items in Valhalla. Well, I hope it's a good one. I hope they give you a good item. So it wasn't the size that bothered you. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's a pretty grotesque looking thing. I've already shown it in the model viewer, but I might show it again as well because that was a few streams ago now, for the benefit of people watching live. trying to get it so it's hitting his top of his head constantly. But the way he stops, the rest of his body sort of takes a bit to settle into place. Yeah, that's close enough. Meow, don't show us. We're scared. So it was more about being smaller and getting scared from someone older. Oh yeah, that's definitely fair and understandable. Meow giving Sebastian a bath. He doesn't want his hair wet. He's a sensitive guy. So he's been through a lot and would like to feel clean. This is true. Getting drenched. I was hoping that there'd be some kind of like hidden dialogue from him if you had him under there for too long. I thought he might have said something along the lines of like, "Great, should have brought my umbrella," or something like that. Would have also been a great way to do another nod to Resident Evil. Yeah, that would be funny to hear. It really would be, you know. Like, you never know sometimes in games what kind of, like, little things. For example, in Assassin's Creed Origins, at the start of the game, the main character, Bayek, his friend Hepzibah, the tutorial for using your bow is at his place, and he's basically showing you that there's two dummies that you can hit. If you hit everywhere but the actual dummies, and you hit, like, ceramics, there's little bits of things that get said. Bayek's like, "Hey, I made that," and then Bayek's like, sorry." You know, little things like that, which I really appreciate in games, that you wouldn't necessarily feel like you would trigger, but get triggered by certain actions and stuff. So something along the lines of, "I should have showered this morning." Yeah, something like that would have been funny for Sebastian to say if you had him under the water for quite a while. Yeah, you love the little dialogue that you don't get just off the bat. Me too, as well. You know, it's good to get that kind of stuff on replays as well. Another great game for that is Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a lot of conversations in the camp that you may not ever hear until 5 playthroughs into it, and then you're like, "Oh, damn! I didn't know this was an encounter that could happen, or didn't know this was something that would happen or would get said." And there we go. And I think so far in this playthrough, this has been the longest chapter to do and showcase the environments as I went through with. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I started the stream at the start of chapter 10. So there we have it. There is chapter 10. So I will be continuing the stream. I'll be doing one more chapter. There's no way I'll be able to do 3. The next chapter, chapter 11. Save it. And then go to the model viewer and read about the bios, about stuff that we've encountered for the first time in this chapter. Except for the exception of that big amalgamation thing that we just fought. I've already covered that in one of the stream sessions, but for the benefit of people watching live in this stream, I'll cover that one again. Plus, of course, because we've just had the boss fight, whereas before we just saw it in one of the earlier chapters. Trauma. That was an enemy type that we experienced for the first time in this chapter. Trauma. Height 8 feet 8 inches, 265 centimeters. Weight 485 pounds, 220 kilograms. A creature born from Ruvik's concept of death and rebirth, based upon his rejection of the religion his father forced upon him from an early age. Alright, so the boss that we just destroyed was the Amalgam Alpha. I've already covered this in a previous stream, but for the benefit of those watching live, and since we've just defeated it, I'll go over it again. Amalgam Alpha, height 12 feet 10 inches, 3.9 meters, weight 2.5 tons. The final consciousness of test subjects who died while connected to the stem, combined into one single horrific shape. It attacks anything that moves, attempting to flee from certain death. Alright, so that covers what we experienced in that chapter. So now you're still trying to understand how you pronounce the R in saw. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's just natural at this point when I say the word saw. Meow No has an R as well. He'd be looking a little rough. Imagine that running at you. You're not wrong there, Meow. That's for sure. definitely looking just a little bit rough. Alrighty then, so this chapter is probably going to take me a while as well, so I'm going to take a break before I embark on it. It'll probably be another 4 hours, I think. So the muscular details is astounding. The artist wasn't using lines for the cool factor. Yeah, that's the thing too with creature design, especially in horror games, coming up with something that is very grotesque, and then thinking about how you want the different parts of the body to look and what details. Yeah, you wonder what's in their head when designing these dudes. No idea, Meow, that's for sure. While I take my break, I'm just going to leave it on the title screen here, and I'll pin a message to the top of chat as well. I'll take a break for 10 minutes, and then I'll come back to do chapter 11. Thank you, Meow. I definitely will enjoy. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Alrighty then, back from my break. We finished chapter 10, and so far I've gotten all the collectibles up until this point. We're up to chapter 11 now. This will be the final chapter I'll do for this stream, and finishing that will then mean still have a few chapters left, so it'll probably still take, I anticipate it'll probably take another 2 streams, I think, to, after this one is finished, to get the playthrough done. Thanks for the welcome back, Cool Man, as well as Meow, thank you so very much. And thank you, Sadie, I definitely enjoyed the break. So in a pause screen hype, yeah, I thought I would go back to the title screen because it's, something that I could then, when I press the button to go to the menu, it'd be a good way to, announce that the break is finished. Meow, the pause screen is when the game starts getting real. It's pretty freaky as well. Nice, the final white shirt. Don't eat anything while you're wearing it. Thank you, Sadie, for the welcome back. Thank you very much. And I enjoyed my break, thank you. It was really good. Thanks for the welcome whack. Thank you, Jakey Sonson.
Looks like the asylum's the only building left untouched. How can that be?
Jakey, too funny. Your first name is Jake. Really? Is it? Huh. That worked out well then. Jakey is your new IRL nickname. Very nice. Wow, nice scenery. Never really been able to catch much of your playthroughs of this game. Oh yeah, taking the time to see all the destruction in this part of the game, and because we haven't really seen this outside of cutscenes at the start of the story. I think it's just unlucky timing. That can definitely happen. Oh yeah. But it's understandable though too, you know, and I know what it's like when there's certain games you might want to make sure that you catch a streamer streaming, but you can't always, you know, make it, and that's definitely fine, you know. Sometimes too I go through games pretty quickly depending on what playthrough I'm doing of them. Jay, you think we have 13 hours difference between us? It's 8:31 a.m. for you, and it's 10:32 p.m. for me at the moment. Shaky, you were close. That is true. Man, it's a well-built merry-go-round, still spinning after all these years. Good light bulbs too. They never run out. And it's an actual carousel, a proper one. Earlier in the stream, in the previous chapter, there was a very different kind of carousel. Same music, and part of the structure was the same, but it actually had some dead bodies inside of it. Well, sorry, not dead. They're not alive in the first place. Mannequins in cages that were spinning around, and then there was a big giant blade that was going around too, that if you're not careful you can get killed by. There you go. Got that key. Shaky, can I ride the mannequins? Can I ride the blade like a seesaw? And then get sawed in half? Sadie, you're gonna lurk so you can grab some lunch. Be right back. That's no trouble at all, Sadie. Thank you for leaving the lurk. See you when you get back. Shaky, man, these horses are lame. No kid wants to ride the same horse as another kid. Wow, buoyant carousel. That's right, each individually different. You seesaw, then you be sawed. Definitely. Shaky, you're amazed this thing is spinning over water. Oh yeah, still standing. Sent me the carousel theme in DM Rod. Damn dyslexia getting you with the carousel. Oh, that's understandable. Yeah, there's just certain words, I imagine too, where it definitely kicks in. Thanks for sending that through. Shaky, you like the song Very Parisian? Yeah. It's not as annoying as that circus music where it's like dun 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 dun. Rinse and repeat for 500 hours. King Crimson Bank. Right now Game Shop. RN Game Shop. Nice. Tango Denim. Colored for you. Tango Works is the name of one of the people involved in this game. Shaky, you hum that circus theme to yourself when you're getting angry or anxious in real life and you feel like you're a clumsy oaf? Oh, really? That particular circus theme? Yeah. I don't remember now where I first actually heard of it. But I remember when I did, though, it was, definitely memorable. What kind of fish do penguins catch at night? Starfish.
Two windmills were sitting on a hill. One asks the other, "Do you have a favorite song?" The other replies, "Well, all my life I have been a heavy metal fan."
Very, very nice, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming those two impressions with those puns. Starfish. Being a big heavy metal fan. Being a heavy metal fan. Yeah, meow. That definitely was. Nice puns. Dr. Darling, you've been working all day because you've been playing WoW since 7 a.m. on the dot, or 1 minute before, or 1 minute after. Just kidding. So, you've been playing that since 7 a.m. So, what time is it for you now, Dr. Darling? Dr. Darling, could have been 10 seconds after 7 a.m., not sure. It could have also been 11 seconds, or it could have been 1 second. 3:43 p.m. Oh, wow. Pun intended. Wow, wow. Hey there, Ryan. Welcome. No, this is actually the PlayStation 5 that I'm streaming from, but the PS4 version of the game. Ryan, oh wow, it looks clean. You've got this on PS4. You don't think you've tried it on the PS5 yet? You haven't played this game in years, to be honest. Yeah. I've taken off, because by default they have like the letterbox cinematic kind of look as well, but I prefer to have it in the fuller screen as well. But I don't know what kind of things they might have tweaked with the backwards compatibility on the PS5 with this PS4 game, Because I know on Xbox, when they do a backwards compatible version in the emulation, there might be some slight improvements that they make where they can. You're the same, you can't stand the letterbox thing. Yeah, like I've seen some people really enjoy it and feel like it makes it more truer to how it was intended. But yeah, I definitely prefer to have the screen like this instead of the other way around as well. I mean, maybe I would do a playthrough of it in the future with that only as kind of like a little bit of a challenge run, maybe by doing some other things as well with it, so that I don't have the full sort of like scope of what I can see and stuff. But apart from that, yeah, I've always preferred to play it with the screen like this. Meow, just in case you fall asleep and don't wake up before you end, wanted to say it was nice talking to you and chat. You're still here though. No trouble at all, Meow. It was good to chat to you as well. Thank you so very much for chatting and also for the lurking that you were doing as well. Really do appreciate it. Catch you another time and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Hey there, Zomb. Welcome. Thanks for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Seems like the perfect atmosphere for this redemption. Hell yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong there. Thanks for redeeming it. How's it going today? Jesse, get me out of here. Where do you want to go? Home. Home. This is your home. You're dead. Dead? No, I just hurt my back. I'm not dead. What are you then? I'm alive. Then what are you doing here? I don't know. This isn't happening. What is happening? Get me out of here. There is no out of here. You've been killed, don't you remember? That was from the original, and I can't believe I have to say this now because they did do a remake of it, but that was from the original Jacob's Ladder starring Tim Robbins, who, his son, actually became an actor as well, and he's in the game The Quarry as Dylan. I can't remember his son's name though. But yeah, that's from the original Jacob's Ladder movie. Thanks for redeeming that, Zomb. You going fine? Excellent. That's good to hear. As for me, I'm doing well. We're on chapter 11. I finished chapter 10 and did the couple of boss fights that are in that chapter. And now we're on chapter 11, but this will be the last chapter I do today. Don't you hate it when you're dead and don't realize it? Oh yeah, it happens to me all the time. You know, it's like Sixth Sense. It's like the Sixth Sense every day. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's right, I'm dead. You know, I'm not really alive. You know, I'm a streaming ghost. Meow, so you're a ghost and Australian Bruce Wayne. You have more lore than I thought. Oh no, the Keeper is coming up again soon. The plot thickens. But that is true, the Keeper is coming up again soon. The game makes you think that you've dealt with the Keeper, and then later on, again, you're like, damn, how many of these Keepers are there in this game? Hehehe. Now we can be like Dirty Harry. Magnum. This custom-made, high-caliber revolver fires powerful large-bore cartridges. It appears to have seen a lot of use. There's a certain boss that I like to use this with, so I'm going to make sure to upgrade this as much as I can. That's one of the reasons why I haven't been using as many green gel points for this part. And it won't take long to actually use a lot of them. It may seem like I've got a heap. Like, yeah, 79,050 green gel points. Sounds like a lot. But depending on what you use it for, you can whittle that down to 2,000 very easily. Yeah, the Magnum is a beauty. It really, really is. Such a really cool, powerful weapon. Welcome back, Lucinda. With honey vanilla yogurt and some orange slices. Yes, you have orange peels on a paper plate right now. Be careful though, because those orange peels, they might actually be an object of power. You just never know. Or they could even be an altered item as well. But that's so cool that you've got orange peels on your paper plate right now. Up to some redacted. Welcome back, Lucinda, and I hope that you're enjoying your food. As I'm speaking of unexpected deaths in media, it's quite ironic that remakes of old films are made with hope of breathing new life into a franchise, but the majority turn out to be dead on arrival levels of shoddy and end up killing the reanimated franchise. Yeah, because sometimes they think that all they need to do is take what made the original great, but then add new stuff. But sometimes what they do is they add new stuff that ruins what was already there, and it ends up being a terrible adaptation as well as a redo of things. You can definitely get some good remakes that do actually add something very different. Like the remake of The Fly that they did was very different to the original in having the whole idea of two pods and teleporting from one to the next, and a fly getting into one pod with Seth, and then when the teleportation process basically broke his body down into cells and all that kind of stuff, and then teleported him across. Because the fly was in there with him and he didn't realize, the fly's DNA actually got embedded into his own. So when he appeared in the other teleportation pod, it wasn't just he has the head of a fly and the body of a human, but there's a degradation that happens, and he slowly actually mutates and transforms into a human-sized fly, So that was very different to the original, but it was still a remake that did a great job because it had sort of made its own name for itself as well. Yeah, Lucinda, could you imagine eating an altered item? And it makes you wonder, what are the after effects of eating such an item as well? Like, if you ate a item that let you levitate, does that mean that you'll constantly be levitating and can't help it? Or will it be a situation where you can't do certain things because you elevate when it happens? Like things that are out of your control. It's an interesting picture, this, because if you look at the top, it looks like the, what do they call them? The nails that surgeons use when they're, like with the hammer and hammering them in. I don't know what the technical name is for those versions of nails, but for lack of a better term, the medical nails that we've seen in the game. Wonder if that's supposed to be those. You know, I wonder if this jukebox plays Coconut. You put the lime in the coconut, you drink it all up. I said, Doctor. So even more baffling is when there's attempts to adapt written work into movies, but they end up changing something that doesn't make sense to change, be it the countless times that animes are adapted into shoddy live action attempts because of changes to story length, or aesthetic changes to characters' race, or when the writers of DC animated movies decide to hoodwink everyone by changing the identity of a twist villain out of the blue and pretty much always for the worse of the story. Yeah, I mean, when you've got things too that have been around for over 60 years worth, um, it kind of can get a bit more difficult to wrangle so much stuff that has already been covered. And depending on who the people are that are making it, they want to make their own stamp on it as well. And then you've got like so many different interpretations of source material that one person might think it's a great idea to do that version, whereas someone might be like, that's not a good version of source material to do. This is a better version of source material. This story where this character had this backstory instead of this other character's, or instead of this other version where the character had this backstory, and all that kind of stuff. But you know, it's one of those things with long-running franchises where the probability of things going so far away from what the original was increases the more you do stuff to it. It's like when you do sequels, and each sequel can end up getting progressively worse because in order to try and maintain interest in each sequel, they add more and more new stuff or different stuff to try and do that, and it metamorphosizes into something that the fans of the original stuff might not enjoy as well. Like, I haven't seen all the Fast and the Furious movies, but I'm certain there's probably some fans who don't like the later ones and how they went more into over-the-top action, and probably prefer the earlier two, maybe, or I haven't seen all of them, but they might prefer those earlier ones because it was a bit more simplistic. And that's not a negative thing, because something that is simple doesn't mean that it's going to be negative. You know, you can tell a simple story in a very effective way and it's still really good. Whereas something that's bloated and overdone and overly complex can be a terrible version because it's not as well thought out, and they didn't have the same kind of like restrictions. Because sometimes restrictions is what helps things become a lot better than what they could have been. For example, Jaws, the first Jaws movie, the robotic shark that they made didn't work properly. So instead of trying to just put it in every shot and just try and act as if there wasn't anything wrong with it, it was decided to only use it for very, very certain things, but have the rest be like point of view shots going through the water, you know, and all these other sort of things as well. And that actually made them be more creative. Whereas if they had a robotic shark that was working 100% of the time and faithfully, then they probably would have used that 99% of the time. And it might not have been as effective. They might not have decided to use the POV shots and all that kind of stuff too, as well. Meow, Alan Wake vibes. Hey DJ, play Coconut. I'm glad that you picked up on that, Meow. Yeah, it's so funny that jukebox. Now this is a spoiler for Alan Wake 2, but it's funny because when you look at the jukebox in the Oh Dear Diner in Alan Wake 2, there's actually a post-it note or a note that has been put there about the Coconut song, and apparently, I think from memory, something to do with it, the button's broken completely or something, so it can't be played ever again, or something to that effect anyway, which I thought was like a little funny thing for people who had actually listened to it, because you don't have to. Like, you can just basically ignore Odin and just basically go to where you need to initiate the next section if you want to, as well. I like that royal oil. Work and toil. Hello there, Adrian. How's things? Zombomb. I think there's a version of that poster that we can see which isn't ripped. Adrian, our good old ID Tech 5 engine. The engine of eternal texture popping. You gotta love it though. It's like take a drink every time there's a external texture popping. Sorry, when there's a texture popping. Adrian, no matter how fast your processor and hard drive, the textures will always pop. They're just so powerful. Meow, you'd be dead in that drinking game. Definitely. Oh yeah, that would be the case. Adrian, no wonder Wolfenstein The New Order decided to go with pre-rendered cutscenes when they were stuck with this engine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never actually played any of those ones. But yeah, I imagine if they wanted to go to a different engine but were stuck with this one, it might have been frustrating. So imagine how different the Jaws franchise would be if the cinematographers didn't realize that less is more. We could be having decades of failed attempts to make the genre profitable with no successes. Yeah, I mean, Jaws 2, as far as sequels go, was pretty decent. But I think after that, that's where they shouldn't have gone after 2, I don't think. Because 3, where it's like SeaWorld, and then 4, where it's just the shark has a mind of its own and actually is actively getting revenge and all that kind of stuff. It might have given Michael Caine a house that he could enjoy the view of with the money he got for doing the role. Because that's the only thing he remembers about doing that movie, or the only reason he did it was for the money. And the house that the money bought for him was good. Yeah, these enemies are fun because you can just shoot out their tank if you want to. Yeah. Adrian, after number 2, give it a rest. Jay Sherman, the Critic Animated Series. After number 2, give it a rest. I knew I'd get the timing fucking wrong. Fucking prick. Lucinda, okay, right, it's about time for you to get your day started. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so very much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. once I do this chapter, I'll be finishing the stream. Be good to get this one done, then that'll be the 2 done for the stream. Thank you so much for being here, and I really hope you have a great start to your stream as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Most recently had finished a playthrough for the first time of God of War 2018, as well as Ghost of Tsushima. Did a stream of Resident Evil 5 recently, and also did a stream of the 2014 game Thief. And Lucinda's going to decide what to play today together at the start with Necro, I assume. You'll be doing some co-op with Necro. Lucinda's a great streamer and has some really cool emotes as well. So definitely recommend. Oh, that'll be on Saturday. Oh, that's right. So it'll be Saturday when you do the co-op with Necro, and today you're going to decide what to do basically just at the start. Well, that'll be interesting to see what ends up being decided as well. I hope that whatever it is, you have a great start to it. Adrian J. Sherman, it's very simple. If you stop going to bad movies, they'll stop making bad movies. Hollywood producer, uh-oh, the jig is up. They worked it out. Holy shit, what are we going to do? Oh, Lucinda, that's no worries at all for the shout-out. No worries at all. Thank you so much for being here, and definitely catch you again soon. Adrian, recently you learned the Naked Gun movies were the successor to a short-lived TV series. Yeah, that's something that I didn't know for the longest time myself as well. Some funny moments from that show. No challenge, Zomp. No challenge for this game. Just getting all the collectibles and stuff. Plus also showcasing the environments and things. Reading the bios for the character models in the model viewer and stuff of characters that you meet and enemies that you fight. I just realized something. I think that's very similar to the shirt that Kidman wears. Chainsaw 3D. Meow, oh no, the final white shirt. What will we do now? It's the last one that exists. Zom, seemed like you were going for a forced stealth approach earlier. It's just a good way to save ammo sometimes, and also matches. Because in this game, if you don't shoot an enemy in the head and blow their head off, or do a stealth kill, or burn their body, they will actually still be alive, and or some will still come after you. So it's just a good way to conserve on ammo and matches for a change. Meow, is that chainsaw sign in reference to Saw, you're guessing? It looks like the font in one of the cover arts as well. I would definitely say so. Oh yeah. Yeah. I wonder though how they were able to get away with that. I guess it's not 100% the same, but it does look very, very similar though. You son of a fucking bitch, cunt. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate when that fucking shit happens in this fucking game. Try to fucking conserve ammo and shit, and this fucking crap fucking happens. Fucking motherfucker. Oh, you fucking cunt. Jesus fucking piece of shit. Talking about trying to fucking save ammo and shit earlier. There's no fucking point sometimes. Pricks. Come on, what? Because the fucking prompt wasn't on the fucking screen? Fuck you. Piece of fucking shit. Cunt. Yeah, I think they must have had to make it look somewhat different so they didn't have to pay to use it. This is so very true as well. It's so frustrating. Take a match for taking our ammo. Are you sorry? You know how annoying that it can be in this game. It well and truly is, and sometimes it's deceiving because you think you're right with your timing, and then all of a sudden the enemy has a big burst of movement, and then they hit you, and it ruins the animation for actually throwing the match down. As I'm speaking of the Saw franchise, it's quite amazing that there's been 9 amazing entries so far without any missteps and quality legit entries. I've only seen the first 2 Saw movies. I like both of those, but yeah, I never saw the ones afterwards. Old-fashioned key. Key ring found by the body in the alleyway, used to secure the material storage area. I hate when that fucking happens. Get the fuck off me, you cunt. Oh, of course that would happen. He used the fucking match on the thing he'd already fucking used it on, and not the other fucking enemy. Fucking waste of friggin' matches. Meow Saw has amazing lore and a fantastic storyline for a long-running horror franchise. Yeah. There are quite a few of them now, too. Yeah, pretty much, Meow. Like, stay away, these friggin' haunted enemies. Hey there, Ryu. Hope it's going well. Thankfully, no Akuma mode. Not this time around, no. Definitely not. Zombie, before anyone asks, no, there's only 9 legit entries so far. That fiasco involving Chris Rock doesn't count. Were you going well? Just laughing your way to the bank after hearing how bad a certain remake and reboot is doing? Oh, yeah. Glad to hear that you're going well. I have to think now what remakes came out recently. Oh, The Crow. I'd forgotten about that. The bird shit. Now that would be a good parody version name. The bird shit. You, Brandon Lee, is the Crow. Very hard act to follow. The original movie is great and honestly did not need sequels, let alone a reboot. Yeah, to be honest, I never actually saw any of the sequels. Doesn't seem like I'm missing much though. Ryu, you didn't. You only saw bits of the second one and you were like, yeah, fuck that. Definitely understandable. Yeah. Makes you wonder why they thought they could do a sequel to it. I mean, maybe they thought on some level, which, you know, is very sort of like not a good reason to do it, but they probably thought, well, we'd be able to have other people become the Crow, that it wasn't just one person who was able to have the power or be given the power and stuff. But yeah, almost seems like a Highlander situation. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I pushed it so much that it clipped through the fucking... Come the fuck on. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you, game. So this is where you're gonna... What? What? So this is where the fucking checkpoint was? Fuck you, game. Fuck you and the fucking horse you fucking rode in on your fucking cunt. Jesus Christ. We'll do all that shit again. Fuck you. Fuck the items, fuck whatever. Didn't want to spend another fucking 20 minutes on that section. There we go. Fucking finally. Got the fucking key. What a shitty place to fucking put one. And the fact that it freaking clipped through that thing before. So fucking annoying. Ryu, you're thinking the same thing. The Crow is very much in that same boat as Highlander, a great movie that did not need a franchise. This is true. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, meow. Something like that had to happen, didn't it? Clip through something. Ryu, you recently went to the eye doctor and you're getting new glasses. Oh, well that's good that you had that appointment and that you're going to be getting some new ones as well. Especially if it's been a while since you got the other one. Now, I feel your pain, Rod. You're sorry this game is such a bully. Oh, it's just so annoying. It's just so annoying because I thought, oh well, surely the checkpoint was made a little bit later than that.
Oh, shit.
Exactly, Meow. You think it would? The game is like, nah. That's what I get for trying to showcase an area. And forgetting that that one ends up automatically getting sunk by the creature.
Sure as hell don't want to go back in the water anytime soon.
Victoriano Plaza. Victoriano is the last name of Ruvik. A perfume, it looks like, called Lobotomie. La Lobotomie. Oh, that is Julie Kidman from the opening sequence where she's looking out the window of the car as they're going along, but they've repurposed it for this sign for a product. Even the top of the perfume bottle that you push down looks like one of those medical nails I was talking about earlier. Finally hit it.
Some kind of fake?
That's right, Sebastian. A Ruvik clone. If you play this on the hardest difficulty, probably also on Nightmare. I've never played Nightmare mode. I actually jumped straight from playing normal, and then when I eventually got to it, I just went straight to Akumu, which is the hardest mode. But in any case, if you play on the harder difficulty, he actually appears very early in the game instead. But this is the first point officially where he appears. The Ruvik clone. Well, no, actually, no, that's supposed to be him in that case, yeah. No, that's definitely the first appearance of the Ruvik clone. We've seen Ruvik before, but the apparition of him that we've seen is actually the Ruvik, whereas what we just saw just then is the actual clone that does that attack in gameplay. Zom guess it's not hammer time. Definitely not, no. You're going back to The Crow, not only did it not need a franchise, but that original movie also sort of kickstarted the 90s cool phase that lasted from the mid-90s to the early 2000s. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Some movies just don't need a sequel, or 5, or 10. They just need to exist on their own, especially if they're done well enough. We definitely had a style that carried over to other movies like Blade and The Matrix, even stuff like Mortal Kombat 95 and the first X-Men movie were part of the 90s cool sort of trend of genre. Exactly. And when one decade ends, it doesn't mean everything automatically stops looking and being the way that it was. There's a gradual evolution between how things start to look mid new decade, where it starts to identify itself as well. So, for example, in 1990, all the fashions of 1989 didn't just stop completely overnight when it ticked over to 1990. You know, it took a little bit before things started to take on their own identity in the 90s, and then when the year 2000 came along, things were still very similar to what they were in 1999. It wasn't until the mid 2000s that it started to have its own identity as well. View that style with the dark fantasy or grunge setting, the brooding anti-heroes, the kinetic action, the new metal electronic music. This is true. Yeah, The Matrix definitely inspired a lot of things, even movies like Underworld to a degree. Hey there, Biko, welcome. What's this game? Looks like Evil Within. Wait, it can't be. That's the scariest game you've ever seen. Don't be silly, Biko. Rod won't be playing a game like that. Chill, Biko. Everything's going to be okay. Just a figment of your imagination, Biko. How's it going? Welcome on in. Ryu, yeah, Underworld definitely had shades of the Matrix, the Crow and the Blade. That's true. Equilibrium as well. Even though I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen bits from it. Even that Beowulf movie with Christopher Lambert. Biko, you may not last long before here today. Though that humming woman alone scares you away in 1 second. I don't blame you, Biko. That's definitely understandable too. We're currently in chapter 11, but it'll probably take another 2 streams, I think, after this one to finish the whole game. There's 15 chapters, but I've been doing 2 chapters per stream, and spending time to take a look at the environment in detail definitely adds a lot more time onto each chapter as well. Ryu, that style even carried over to video games around the time. You would argue it started slightly earlier than The Crow because of games like Mortal Kombat and Doom. Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt, for sure. Oh, yeah. The early days of those franchises, too. Meow, oh god, the humming lady in the second one is terrifying. That is true. You're not wrong there. Biko, what's the game after Evil Within? Don't actually know yet, because I've got a Tomb Raider marathon that I'm starting on Monday next week, which will be 4 days a week. But I might decide to make it 5 days a week after I finish Evil Within. Or I've got my Splinter Cell marathon that I'm doing at the moment, which is Saturday and Sunday. If I'm still doing that, then and I finish Evil Within, then I might do 3 days of that instead. So yeah, it just really depends on when I get this done.
You gotta be kidding. This place is filthy. Is this his doing?
Detective,
Are you all right?
you do realize there would be no one to replace me.
Body found in sewer. Mutilated body found in sewer. The body of a man with his brain exposed and surgical scars found in Crimson City sewer. Dead for several months, reminiscent of Elk River serial killer. Missing Inspector Brown. Crimson City Police Officer. Missing Crimson City Police Inspector Arnold Brown, claimed to be holding important evidence in an unsolved case before he disappeared. Some will say that Sega Genesis is the console that defined 90s cool, and you do agree, but you also feel that Super Nintendo around the 1994 and 5, and especially PlayStation 1 and 2 defined 90s cool just as much. This is true. It's so funny because being born in 1983 and growing up as a kid watching 80s cartoons and stuff, but then when the 90s came around, being 7, 8 years old, and then being a 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 and 16 in the 90s, still getting up until the year 2000, and then all that kind of stuff. It's so funny now to think about how far away that has been now since those time periods. And so many decades have passed since then now. And so much stuff has changed since then now. An 80s cool is a whole category on its own too. You would say that is mid-80s till early 90s. Yeah. I guess too there's might be some people might argue when something begins and when it ends as well. The reason I'm showing the hospital area now is because it's dilapidated and it looks worse off and paint and stuff is coming off. So just want to showcase how it all looks in this condition. Meow 80s had some of the best music as well. There's definitely some classics from that decade. Then you got one-hit wonders as well. There were still shades of the 80s present in the early 90s. Exactly. Yeah, as I was saying, it's not an overnight overhaul that happens when one decade ends and another begins. There's still things left over from one as the new one starts to build its identity over the next few years, and then by the middle of that decade, it's well and truly solidified itself as different to the previous decade. Now that I've got the Magnum, and I've been saving green gel points for it, I'm gonna get some upgrades related to it. Magnum. So damage multiplier increases firepower for more damage. Fire rate, decrease the time between shots for a better firing rate. Reload time, decrease the amount of time it takes to reload. Clip capacity, increase weapon clip capacity. Decrease the sway on the target reticule for better accuracy. Alright, so I've got 81,250 green gel points. 8,000 points to get the first level of damage increase. 12,000 for level 2. Sorry, for level 3. 18,000 for 4. And 35,000. See what I mean? You might think you've got heaps of points, but ultimately you don't really. So to get the highest level of damage for the Magnum, it's going to cost 35,000 points, and I've got 43,250. And now down to 1,750. Zom, does that mean Rod Legion is cosplaying as Magnum PI? Was that joke too obvious? Maybe, but you think it's hit its mark. Mark, oh hi Mark, face palms and terrible reference. Yeah, the Magnum is one of those weapons that there's a certain boss I like to use it on, because it doesn't take as many hits, as long as it's fully upgraded in terms of firepower damage. Not fully upgraded as in you have to get every single element upgraded. Okay, so I got the newspaper and the missing person poster. Biko, thanks all, you're off. You're going off now, lol. We'll be back soon. Thanks for the chat. But your heart wants to leave, so you're going to listen to your heart and get going now. Definitely understandable, Biko. I don't blame you. Thank you for popping in for a little bit, though. And I really hope that things go well. I'll still be streaming this for a little bit, because I'd like to get through this chapter, but it's probably going to take another 2 hours, I think. You might be wearing the Magnum PI shirt, but Rod actually looks like Sam Neill, so he's Dr. Alan Grant dressed as Magnum PI. Meow Rod has so many aliases now, do we even know who he really is? I don't even know who I really am. Or do I? Ryu, I'm everything and nothing. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Oh, nice, Biko. That's cool. Awesome. This next part is fucking annoying. Zom dun da da, said the thing. Redacted. Alliance map. Hello, Sage. Welcome on in. Happy Friday to you as well. How's your day going? Cool, man. You're going to head to bed, Rod. Enjoy the rest of the chapter, and I'll see you next time. No trouble at all, cool, man. Thank you so much for being here and watching. I really hope you have a great rest. Thanks again for being here, and thank you. I will enjoy the rest of it. It'll be good to get this chapter done. And then there's still a few left, but I'll be glad to get 2 done. You have a good one, cool, man. Now that that little bit is done, I can showcase this area now without having to worry about getting shot to death or blown up. Because the enemies that have the agony crossbow as well, they shoot explosive bolts onto you. What's with the boss music during exploration? Might as well bring up a sign saying watch out for teleporting enemies. Yeah, so this is still like a danger zone area. We've gone through one wave of enemies, but we've also got another wave coming up. And there's a section after this too where we're on like a sky lift and we have to go across. And there's enemies that are shooting at us and throwing shit at us, throwing I think Molotov cocktails and stuff. Nice one, Zomb. Welcome to the Danger Zone. It's such a great song, that one. Good luck getting that out of your head. I definitely like that in my head, that song. Such a classic. Yeah, the music is very eerie, even with no enemies nearby. That's true, you know, keeping the player on their toes as well. Map fragment 22. Meow, you love the Payday looking masked haunted. They look so formal. And just that sort of like grin that's always there because of the mask smiling. brain energy. Fuji-Ju.
Somehow I can see that light. That shaft of light from the lighthouse. From anywhere in this place. Seems to penetrate everything. Penetrate me. That view of the hospital is not in my memory, yet somehow it is more solid than anything I have made exist here. Was it always there? Something changed under that light. It calls, it repulses, it draws the others. They think they'll reach the source, regain what they've lost. They don't even know what that is.
Here we go. Here's the full poster. Before we saw a version of it that had been torn. Zom bomb. No nukes, no guns. Fight by human. Zom bomb 2. Zom bomb 3. Zom bomb 4. Zom bomb 5 and Zom bomb 6. The new series coming soon to a streaming service near you. And then they do a 7th one, which is a prequel that reveals that the other movies were just figments of the imagination. And the 7th movie will be called Zom Bomb 0, Jumping the Zombie. Sage, amazing music. Yeah, it really gets ingrained in your mind as well, this particular music in this game, with these save rooms. Meow Zom Bomb 6 just came out in your theater, so thanks for the heads up. Oh, excellent timing. That worked out really well. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, July 11, 2012. Almost 6 months since the accident, Myra and I drift further apart with every passing week. I have to stay strong, but it's so easy to drown my thoughts in whiskey. I figure as long as it doesn't affect my work, what I do on my own time is private. I finally got Myra to open up to me about the accident. Now I'm more worried than ever. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Myra is becoming paranoid and maybe losing her mind, or the fact that what she is proposing, that the fire wasn't an accident, could be real. I owe it to her to trust her instincts, but if they're correct, God help whoever did this. Spoiler alert, in Evil Within 2 we find out exactly what went on. And spoiler alert, the fire was staged. Spoiler alert, their daughter isn't dead. Spoiler alert, the new version of the stem that they have in the second one, they connect their daughter Lily to it to be the host, because they feel that someone who is her age and hasn't had any trauma and hasn't had any sort of psychotic tendencies like Ruvik has would be a better candidate for the STEM machine than Ruvik was, because Ruvik was a nutcase. Sage, Rod, who the bell was going to tell you about the mission where you have to do 2 power outlets, then do the distribution method, but but the game wants to not click distribute, but let AI out, and he has to do it, otherwise the game soft locks. Oh, who the hell was going to tell you about the mission? In what game, Sage, is this? Now, isn't this song that plays for the upgrade room called Claire de Lune? I think so. Yeah, I think it is Meow. Claire de Lune. There's also another song that gets used as well at certain points, but I can't remember where it was now.
What the? Back here again. I must be losing it.
Sage, it's like mission 11 of 19 in Alien Isolation. Ah, I gotcha. Oh yes, so hazard containment. You have 2 power outlets, then do the distribution method. After that, the game wants to not click distribute, but let our alien out, and he has to do it, otherwise the game soft locks. The objective is distribute the bio stuff, then you go to a computer and there's a distribute button, but you're not supposed to click it the first time you got stuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, it reminds you of Ave Maria being used for Hitman. They choose amazing music for some games. Yeah, it's kind of cool too because it gets that song to people who might not have heard it before. And it's interesting too how music from different time periods can still become popular. Sage, look up initialize the distribution conduit. So it's in mission 10. Yeah, not mission 11, mission 10. Ah, yes, that mission. Yeah, I remember now. You never beat it after 100, 1.5 hours. Maybe Nightmare makes it weird. You don't know. Not too sure because I don't remember ever having some kind of like soft lock thing that happens with it as well. But you never know. Sometimes these games they like to throw spanners in the works.
Have you forgotten something?
Kidman?
Zomb, anyone remember hearing Ave Maria in the Batman? Quite an amazing usage of a song in a movie. Essentially goes from being peaceful background music to the Riddler's calling card in mere moments. No, I haven't actually seen that movie yet. I've only seen a couple of clips from it. Oh, that's okay, Sage. Yeah, I had to sort of like look at a chapter description just to sort of like, because it's one thing for me when I'm actually playing a game to take note of stuff than it is to actually think back on it when I don't have it in front of me. You think you need to click a button, have the AI go to a computer and find some buttons to click. Not having a map or motion tracker on your first playthrough is tough, but you'll like it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because it basically is pointless to use it even, because it's not even reliable at all. It really takes away something that is a bit of an advantage too, because it also helps when you're trying to figure out which direction your objective is.
Better get over there.
Kevin is trying to hold the door, stopping the haunted from coming out, and Sebastian's just, biding his time, enjoying the scenery. Sage. So much PTSD from only 10 chapters that you're like waiting for the alien to pop up when you hear Evil Within music. There's some instrumentation in this particular music here that is similar to some in Alien Isolation's music as well. Somehow adorable of that NPC. I know, right? Kidman is having the time of her life.
Kidman, hold on!
Help! There's too many of them!
I knew I'd get that fucking timing wrong.
If you hadn't come along.
Save it for later. There are probably more of them around.
Look out!
There we go. There's that key. I'm going to do the thing where you make Sebastian say shit. Shit. Over and over again.
I'm so glad you're all right. Ever since the church,
You were at the church?
Yeah, Joseph and I. He's in bad shape, or at least he was when I last saw him.
What about the boy from the hospital? Leslie?
I found him in a cage. He freaked and ran, though. I think we've all been seeing strange things. Have you been having any nosebleeds, headaches?
No. Why?
Joseph was. It's like he was turning into one of those things.
Maybe it doesn't affect everybody.
Hey, OG Intruder. Thank you so very much for the 2 months in a row. That's amazing. Thank you very much for that. Welcome. Back to the look. Muchly appreciated as well. Thank you so much for the continued subscription, and also thank you for lurking as well. That's awesome of you to do, and thank you for using your Prime for that sub as well. Thank you so, so much. I hope things are going well. Sage, after playing all the Resident Evil games last year, this game is like a literal brother or sister to Resident Evil, but different parents. Yeah, the creative director of this game was also the one who worked on the original Resident Evil, as well as the original Resident Evil 4. And there's quite a few references to Resident Evil in this as well. There's a zombie-like creature in this. They're called Haunted in this. They're not really zombies per se, but they do the same turn around and look at the character, the main protagonist, look that the first zombie does in the original Resident Evil. You know, things like that as well.
Sebastian? What is...
Stay back.
What is this? Did you shoot me?
You started turning into a monster. You attacked me. I'm sorry, but you're tainted now. You might try to stop me through you.
Wait, what are you talking about? Shit! 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 Shit!
Get it open. Get it open. Get it open.
Leslie? Leslie, is that you? Leslie, that's good. Just a little more. What is it? Ruvik?
Help! 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 Help!
Hey! Leslie? I'm getting tired of playing games.
Mr. Map Fragment. If I have to redo it to get it, I'll do it off stream and then just show that I've got it in the next stream. I'm not going to redo the whole fucking chapter on this stream again just to get it. Yeah. Tried to be as thorough as I could with the guide, but I misread what it was talking about when it talked about the mannequins. There's some mannequins that you need to smash. And the ones that I did smash, I thought that they were the ones that it meant. And then I went ahead thinking that it was going to be in the next part, but it's not. Actually, you know what? Change your plans. I'm going to end the stream now. Couldn't be fucked. And then off stream, I'll get up to that point again, and then I'll get out of the game. And then next stream, next Friday, on stream, I'll get that thing that I missed. Don't have time for this bullshit. I've already spent too many hours and all that. Okay, we're going to go and raid out to Lucinda. Lucinda will be ending full-time streaming soon, so I want to be able to raid her as much as possible before she goes to casual streaming every so often. So we'll go and raid out to Lucinda, who is playing through Prey, not the original one, but the other one that they did later. Just want to thank everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. Usually I would have kept on going till I finished the chapter, but I don't want to... I'll have to restart the chapter anyway, but I'd rather do that in my own time off stream, and I won't go any further than where I got up to on stream. So I'll make sure that when I load up the game next Friday on stream, it'll be at that point where I've rescued Kidman. It doesn't matter if I have to redo that little bit there, but that'll be the best thing to do. Sage, that's awesome. You're just going for that. It seemed like that, but you just kind of confirmed it's not. It seems similar, but they are brothers. RE1 and 4 might be the most well-received RE games, tied for number 1 with RE2 in close second. Yeah, Resident Evil 2 is still my favorite one, and that's the original version too. Not that I don't like the remake, but the original Resident Evil 2 is just such an iconic game as well. But yeah, it's my favorite one. Shiver. Shiver. Okay. Shiver. Roger. Hey there, I'm in a bear suit. Shit. Very apt for the fact that I missed that map fragment back there. It's a shame that there's not like a drop-down list of checkpoints. Sage, come on. Hang in there. That's more than fair, Rod. I know how annoying it is when you miss something small in a game. Yeah, you know, and it's kind of like I'm juggling so many things because I'm also trying to showcase the areas that I move through as I go through them, and sometimes that takes a bit of time to do, and then double checking and cross referencing the guide I'm looking at the same time, and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, off stream I'll restart that chapter and do it again, which is fucking annoying. But I'll be able to skip cutscenes and shit. But yeah, it's just more homework to do for the stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Origins. He's doing a 100% playthrough on the hardest difficulty. Schiller is streaming Euro Truck Simulator 2. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games. He's been going through them recently, and he's at House of Ashes, and he's going to be doing The Devil in Me next. Highly recommend checking out Arctic Smash. He's been doing some American Truck Simulator. And Mita has been doing Grand Theft Auto 4. I do believe it's his first time playing through GTA 4. Most recently, he did a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. I'm in a bear suit. If you're looking for another streamer who is going through Evil Within, he's doing various challenge runs. He's doing things like Akumu mode, which is the hardest difficulty, permadeath as well on top. And in Akumu mode, one hit and you're dead. So the threatened probability of dying on that difficulty and having to restart the whole game from the start is definitely much higher. And Mr. Gote is playing through games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden, as well as the Outlast series. Sadie has been doing Alien Isolation, is also playing through the Assassin's Creed games, and Shaky has been doing WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, and Last of Con has been doing The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Uninvested. Oh, you remember the collectible? That is a tricky one. Hate that you can't just go back and grab it. Absolutely, it is really, really annoying that you can't do that. It's like, of course, And then I thought, oh, maybe I can backtrack, but the game is like, ha ha ha. No. Hey there, Lightus, welcome. Your lurking made it back too late. Thank you for the stream. Oh, that's all right, Lightus. Thank you so much for doing the lurking. Yeah, I was gonna finish this chapter off, but with what happened with that collectible, I'd rather restart the whole chapter off stream in my own time and then get back up to that point. And that way I can collect it on stream as well. Sage, nothing could stop you missing that one item in Witcher. Yeah, that was worse. Like, that was much, much worse situation. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. Yeah, it was a great stream, except I missed a collectible, and there's no way to go back and get it without restarting the whole chapter, and I've already spent 2 hours on the chapter, so... Sage is only up from there with Witcher 1 incident. Exactly. Lightest one-hit knockout is like all those monsters of Mike Tyson. Oh shit. That's true. Even those little tiny enemies that if they hit you, you're dead. Yeah, exactly, Lightest. Yeah, it's the best way to do it. I'm the best. Thanks for showcasing Chapter 10 and 11 today, Rob. Glad you're able to keep you up on Monitor 2 for your morning. Well, that's awesome. Bearsuit, thank you so much for the lurking and for watching as well. Really appreciate that. And that's no trouble at all. It's been cool to take note of certain things. Like there were some movie posters that I had noticed before, but there were also some things I didn't. Like the advertisement that takes the shot of Julie Kidman in the police car when she's looking out the window and it's raining on the window. And they repurposed it for an ad about perfume, and the bottle, the part where you squeeze down, actually has the top part is like those medical nails, or whatever they're called, as well, and it's called lobotomy or something like that. Like, I didn't even notice that until this playthrough. Like, you hate when collectibles are missed. You're like, fuck you, game and your logic. Exactly, dude. Sometimes you can get lucky in this game and you can backtrack. But this was one of those cases where the game is like, nope. That is a bummer, Crooked. It really, really is. And yeah, it's either your last autosave or restart the whole chapter again. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got one for subscribers. We're going to go and raid to Lucinda, who's playing through Prey. we go. And there is the raid message for subs. Would also like to give a shout out to Lightus. He's a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series. He's been doing speed runs of Mortal Kombat 2. He's also a fan of other fighting game franchises like Street Fighter and Tekken and Streets of Rage as well. So definitely recommend checking out Lightus also. But so you play the game every week and you never notice the detail in that picture either. Oh wow. I mean that's fair too, because you're concentrating on other, aspects of the game as you're going through and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was just like, hang on, that picture looks familiar. Oh, Lotus, this is your apology for missing stream or coming in late. You never need to apologize, Lotus, And no worries at all for the shout out, dude. More than happy to give you one. Okay, so the next stream of this won't be until next Friday now. The current schedule stands as Monday through to Thursday, Tomb Raider. I'm starting my Tomb Raider marathon, playing through the original version. However, I'm playing the remastered copy, but I'm going to be switching the graphics to the old school style and playing through the game that way. So I'm going to be doing a no heals challenge with that, so I can't use any health kits at all at any point during the entire playthrough. In fact, there's no point even picking them up as a collectible. And next Friday, The Evil Within again, and then on the weekends I'm doing Splinter Cell. If you see me streaming Splinter Cell Conviction, then you know it's become Saturday. If you see me streaming Splinter Cell Blacklist, then it just means I've finished Conviction. But yeah, Saturday and Sunday will be Splinter Cell stuff. Thanks again everyone for watching, I really appreciate it. Lotus will at least got rid of ads on Twitch. Yeah, well that's true too, as well.